Well, good morning to everybody. We welcome you again to the 2024 Nebraska State Fair Open Class Registered Breeding Sheep Show. Lots of taking place today, and we also want to quickly remind, which we will be doing throughout the day, we do have back again the sheep shearing contest. There's world points are involved. That is going to be at 5 o'clock this evening over in the 5 Points Bank Arena. And I know of at least one of our exhibitors is going to be competing in the sheep shearing contest tonight. Hopefully we've got a few more. So let us know if you are competing, because we want to be able to cheer you on later tonight. Dr. Travis Hoffman is our judge today, employed at North Dakota State University and the University of Minnesota as an extension sheep specialist, associate professor. He is based out of Fargo, North Dakota. He is married to his lovely wife, Megan, who is employed at NDSU and North Dakota State 4-H specialist. He was raised in a registered Corriedale sheep, diversified commercial cattle, and grain operation in South Dakota. Travis received his bachelor's degree from South Dakota State University, go Jacks, and was a collegiate SDSU wool, meats, livestock, and meat animal evaluation judging teams. He completed his master's degree and PhD in meat science from Colorado State University. His professional efforts through this current extension and research program is focused on management impacts on lamb retail yield, quality, and value, and he has actually led supply chain efforts for producers to consumer marketing and profitability of meat. We need more of that going on. He has judged livestock shows at all levels in over 30 states, and we welcome him back here to the Nebraska State Fair. Our judge again today, Dr. Travis Hoffman. Again, in the ring now is a single entry in Yearling Ram for Hampshires. Hampshires are our first groups that we will be showing here today at the Nebraska State Fair. If you've got friends or families that want to follow along, and if they're following the Nebraska Livestock Exhibitor page on Facebook, they can stream this. And you can also follow along at Showbarnflix, that's FLIX.com. Thank you very much to the ladies who are working extremely hard to keep all that information updated as it goes up on the stream that is taking place for our folks all across. And they do a great job with the video work too, as you get a chance to watch it on the big screen.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to your 2024 Nebraska State Fair. We're going to get our open class breeding sheep started out with the Hampshire breed division, and in fact, tomorrow we'll be judging some of the commercial weather sires and dams, but this one's again a registered Hampshire. But I think one in terms of just mass and just body density, you like this guy. He's certainly sound enough. I think he's super level in his top line and how he's designed. We know that there's a plenty amount of muscle in him, and as a bonus, as our exhibitor said, this one's one that's already been to work and doing his job, and certainly probably already has here this summer and fall as well. Let's put your hands together. Your quick class winner in the Yearling Ram division.
And congratulations to Richards Livestock from Geneva, Nebraska. Our next class to come in the ring will be Fall Ram Lambs. Fall Ram Lambs, please.
Hampshire Ram Lamb class that I think has differences amongst those. And if I was to say that there was an absolute correct answer, I'd be wrong. I think you just got to identify where you want to put some of the emphasis. The one that's the stoutest featured and boned is the one that we start as a class winner. He has the advantage, I think, still being fresh in terms of kind of his head and his maturity style at this point. I'd like to also appreciate him in terms of just his Hampshire breed character. I think has a competitiveness advantage amongst these. I think he needs to be better in terms of his front leg structure and design, particularly at his knee, and that would help to make it just a little bit easier for me. But I think in terms of just quality build, he's the one that does it the best for me. The one that comes in next in 2, I appreciate him in terms of just his rib cage and his dimension that we find in him. Plenty straight and level in how he's designed. I think he needs to be, again, better, particularly in how his hip and rear leg is put together for us today. But a big, stout, rugged kind of a dude, particularly in his body shape. The one that has the most amount of mass actually comes in 3, and that's not where I want to trend in terms of our patterns of how they're designed, because I like the dimension that we find in him. For me, he's just too small testicled to be competitive at this stage of the game. I just like to see him a much stouter and just a lot farther along, particularly as it matches his body growth and development at this page. Good job in your Hampshire division.
And congratulations in our fall Ram Lamb class. First, we'll go to Carolyn Strung from Newton, Kansas. Second is to Phyllis Davison from Beatrice. And third to Phyllis Davison, again from Beatrice. Entering the ring now will be your Winter Ram Lamb class. Winter Ram Lambs, please.
Hampshire Ram Lamb division, I think, just makes sense for me. I use the one, at least from the stands, that appears to have a little bit more of the land washed out from there. And sometimes that's certainly not the difference, but the bright pelted one here, I think he's really quite a bit more attractive, and particularly how he's built. I think he's more athletic as he gets out and moves and keeps his top line correct. There's no doubt he's long and attractive and certainly fresh enough in his build. The one that comes into the two spots, very similar in a weight per day of age and just performance standpoint, I think becomes just a smidge frailer in terms of his overall bone work. I think he gets a little high in his loin in comparison, but both two that I think are rugged enough in their build, plenty of performance, just some differences in quality of build for me. Good job.
Here's your results out of our winter Ram Lamb class. First, we'll go to Phyllis Davison from Beatrice, and the second one to Tom Gilmore from Beatrice. We'll have a single entry coming in for our spring Ram Lamb.
Single entry buck lamb, and I think one that's just rugged. And I know that we've got, again, some differences in terms of type and styles, and we'll see those as they come out here. And I don't know if there's a particular answer, but as we evaluate him for what he is, we know that he's big racked and big topped and big ended, certainly complete enough in how he's built. A good kind of an individual coming out of the buck lamb division here in your registered Hampshires. Good job.
And congratulations to Richards Livestock of Geneva, Nebraska, first in that class. We'll have a single entry for the pair of Ram Lambs, please. And congratulations, your pair winner out of the class for our Rams goes to Phyllis Davison of Beatrice, Nebraska. We need first and seconds from each class now, please. First and seconds to make your selection of your grand champion, Hamp Ram.
Well, you champion Hampshire division, and in fact, I knew that sometimes, well, of course, on any particular breeds, and maybe even in the Suffolks or even the Dorsets as well, have some that are more weather type driven in comparison to some that are fitted. But I thought that we would have a weather dam portion obviously tomorrow, but these are registered sheep, and so they're appropriately shown as such on each of them. again, there's no correct answer, and I don't know that it's my job to identify which one is big or small or in between, and that's perfectly okay. My job is to try to find the ones that I think balance up the most things, particularly correctness in terms of design. Our yearling is certainly as stout as you can build, just big and stifled. I love that about him. I think that he could be, even in this game, just a little bit taller at the point of his shoulder, kind of, and I'd like to see him a little bit better at kind of pasture into ground, but that's a mammoth-built one. You certainly appreciate that. The fall that's in front of us here, I think that he's attractive. I think he needs to be better in terms of his front leg skeleton, and that pretty much knocks him out of the contention for me. The one that comes in the January division, long and extended, and I like that, good in his breed type and breed character as well. I think he's one that has an ample amount of quality. And then the younger buck lamb, the January, that's back there. Read him even in comparison to his potential pen mate. I think he balances probably better even as a younger sheep. I think he's better at the top side of his shoulder of how he lays in. I think he's just a tick more correct in terms of his rear leg skeleton. And so, again, that's too many explanations to go and identify what happened to be, in my opinion, the two best ones. They look nothing alike, and that's the case that's going to happen. But we're going to go with the best one. This is going to be right here of our championship. And we're going to come back to the January buck lamb for reserve. Good job. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your grand champion, Hampshire Ram, exhibited by Phyllis Davison of Beatrice, Nebraska. Your reserve comes out of the spring class, and that's Richard's Livestock out of Geneva, Nebraska. Moving on in our show, we've got bringing on our yearling ewes, please. Our yearling Hamp ewes can now enter the ring.
Again, our largest difference is actually in skeletal mature size, but I don't think that there's any question of which one the highest quality one is. And if I get to come from Fargo, America, to evaluate what they are, I think that it's important to identify which one's the highest quality. Gentlemen, you guys can lead this one out. This is our class winner. Our yearling ewe here, she's certainly good in Hampshire breed character. You see that. She's great in terms of just how she's made in her hip and her loin, and yet certainly attractive enough in how she's built. She's not the most muscular. She's not the longest sided, but she's certainly, without a doubt, the best. Congratulations. That's my class winner by a ways. Then the decision comes between 2 and 3, and I opt to use the one that I think certainly just fits its kind just a little bit better. Additionally, in Hampshire breed character, she's certainly one that has the advantage over the one that's directly behind her. I think we could just square up that hip just ever so slightly in the clubland game, and maybe we could make her chest floor just a little niftier, kind of how that blends into her shoulder, but that one from a quality build just fits into the second spot. I like the attractiveness of the fitted sheep that comes in next in line in the 3 spot. Big and kind of just up, running uphill there of super like of the femininity and look to her. I don't know that she's quite as attractive in terms of how her rear leg is set as she gets on the move, but I love the levelness of the top line, and I think that's what sets her apart from her potential pen contemporaries. One that comes in next, just a little bit more moderate. This one needs to be better in its flexibility of its spine. If we could let that one just loosen up her top line, that would make her just a little more competitive. And much like 2 and 3 were competitive, I think 4 and 5 are competitive, and I just opted to use the one that's just a little bolder. The one that comes in next in line, this sheep's one that's attractive enough in how she's designed. To me, again, that one becomes less coordinated at her hock and her pasture, and it certainly narrows up and just kind of funnels into the ground a lot more than maybe what I'd expect for the amount of dimension that we find in her top line. The one that comes in next, long, and in fact, I like her femininity just a smidge better than the one that's right in front of her and probably behind her. Just really refined and just fresh about her head and how that neck ties at the top side. Shoulder blends in nice. She comes with a little bit more frail look with that in comparison. Just like to drop her loin a little bit as she gets out on the move. The one that gives up some of those pen mates, again, in terms of just mass, that's the one that probably comes out a little narrower as we get back behind her. One that doesn't have maybe some of the depth of rear flank as comparison, but a close group there amongst those, a nice group of individuals. Congratulations, good job.
Here's your results out of your yearling ewe class. First place, congratulations to Cody Landler from Milford, Nebraska. Second, exhibited by Richards Livestock of Geneva. Third is to Phyllis Davison out of Beatrice. Fourth will go to Richards Livestock out of Geneva. Fifth is to Phyllis Davison out of Beatrice. Sixth will be to Tom Gilmore from Beatrice. And seventh will go to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. In the ring now will be our pair of yearling ewes, please. Pair of yearling ewes. Here's your results of your pair of yearling ewes for our Hampshires. First, we'll go to Richards Livestock of Geneva, Nebraska. Second, to Phyllis Davison of Beatrice. Moving on in our Hamp show, we are now on to the fall ewe lambs, please. Fall ewe lambs.
sometimes you get to go through the classes and they just simply make sense. And today we're just getting to make decisions after decisions, and that's okay to evaluate each of these where they are respective of what their production and focus is. This fall ewe comes in the fitted one for me, and man, I just like so much good about her. Again, we've been trending not to one side or the other, but just to identify which ones have the best qualities of the piece. And this ewe is extremely attractive. Just love the feminine entity. She looks like she's level. If you're from the stands, she absolutely is. To have one that's this long-sided, that correct and straight in terms of her top line, just super nifty. I know that I'd like them just a little bit more rugged in terms of their overall bone work, but that's just the way I design them. I certainly appreciate the quality, the femininity, the levelness of design that you find in this fall ewe. That's a really, really good one. I like her quite a bit. The one that comes into the 2 spot, I like her in terms of just being bold rib. I think she's good at the middle part of her body. I think that she's interesting in terms of how her shoulder is designed there up front. I think she's got enough shape. I think when we get back behind her, even in relation to the amount of boldness that we find in the center and inner loin, she kind of funnels in and narrows at her hip, and her pin placement just ever so slightly to be critical of the ones that came in earlier in terms of this design. But that was really fresh-headed one that's nice enough for that design. One that appears the most youthful in its overall build is the one that comes into the 3 spot, and truthfully, that one's quality is certainly adequately well. Good feet and leg structure for us right here. I think to me, when we evaluate that sheep as an individual, she becomes a little shorter hipped, and maybe she's not just as expansive and as powerful in terms of her rib cage for us right now, but the design and the look is plenty quality. So much differences in here people can identify and tie into the right ones. That one's still got plenty of quality, just differences amongst those. Good job, congratulations, fall ewe lamb Hampshire class at the Nebraska State Fair.
And congratulations in your fall ewe lamb class. First will go to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. Second goes to Richards Livestock from Geneva. And third to Addison Fauch from Friend, Nebraska. As we move along in our Hamp class, entering the ring now will be our winter ewe lambs. Winter ewe lambs, please.
Same story, different class, and again, making those decisions. And I don't think these are easy decisions. Again, as I told my talented ring help Megan here, I think that identifying what animals do, what things correctly, but the fitted ewe lamb here is just so good. I love this one in terms of her rib shape. She's super level in her top line. I think she's just got enough ruggedness to her build. And again, I think that there's some balance in relation to the amount of femininity that you have and in relation to the amount of just boldness and spring to her rib and maternal traits. And I think she does that quite nicely, of being super feminine, and yet I like the rib shape and skeleton. Her hip shape and design is certainly nice, and I think attractive enough, and from a quality standpoint, just a good, complete kind of a sheep here. Again, I mean, our fitters and our show people, I mean, our talented young lady's working as hard as she can, and I'm highly convinced that she's got this nailed down, and that's what helped to also move this one into the front spot, right, miss? So, the one that comes in the 2 spot, this sheep is extremely good. Again, you're going to have 10 judges, and 5 will go one way and 5 will go another way, I expect, on this particular one. This ewe is extremely nice, and if you want to win with this one, you certainly can. I think she's feminine at the point of her shoulder. I think she's bold enough in terms of how her rib shape is designed. I think that her loin is correct enough. To me, in relation to her body shape and size, I think she could be just a smidge longer in her hip in relation to some of the other ones, but that are in this group. But man, that one's super attractive. I love the look, and if you wanted to say that's one that wedges nice and use that one to win, or win the whole Hampshire, I certainly wouldn't be a problem with it. Just 2 really, really high quality ones that take a battle up there at the top end based on quality on either of them. One that comes in 3 logically comes into 3. Appreciate that as well. I think that her look is attractive enough. I don't think her top line stays together. Her rear leg skeleton nearly as good in comparison to either of the 2 in front of them. There's still a decision to be made between 4, 5, and 6, and I still opt for the one that to me is more productive, more functional, more practical in its overall build. That one's long hipped. That one's big topped. I think that she's rugged enough in terms of her build, and the neck comes out on the top side of that shoulder blade. I don't know that anybody's going to call this one the most expressive. I don't know that she's going to be the most feminine, but from a production standpoint, that sheep has got an adequate amount of grow, an adequate amount of just good quality look here in a Hampshire division that I like her quite nicely. Too bad she has to be in the 4 spot. One that gives up the most in performance is the 1 in 5. Just a little bit frailer bodied at this point right now, but I think her build is nice. Again, her rack shape is good. Her center body and rear sweep to her rib is nice and attractive, and her rear leg set's quality as well. I think the one that comes in next, the big extended sheep, needs to be in the 6th spot for me. That's one that's kind of outgrowing maybe some of her functionality and look for us today. I think that, again, she just needs to be more rugged and stouter for me to move her anywhere up for us as we look at them here at the Nebraska State Fair. But thanks for joining us. Super, super high quality group. The 2 on the top end are big time good. Good job.
And congratulations in our winner ewe lamb class. First exhibited by Phyllis Davison from Beatrice, Nebraska. Second goes to Cody Lanier from Milford, Nebraska. Third exhibited by Tom Gilmore from Beatrice. Fourth is Dallas Henry from Blue Hill, Nebraska. Fifth, Addison Fouch from Friend, Nebraska. And sixth goes to Phyllis Davison from Beatrice, Nebraska. Entering the ring now will be our spring ewe lambs. Spring ewe lambs, please.
Well, another fun class here in your Hampshire ewe lambs. I think one that's super nifty starts out this class, and that one's just so neat in terms of how she's kind of wedged. It'll actually be interesting. Again, we've got lots of quality sheep that'll be out here in this particular drive, but I think we have to look at this one and consider her in contention, because for as feminine and as flat-shouldered as she is, she just opens up in a big old giant rib cage. She's great in terms of her loin, how her hip is designed, and just drops an attractive rear leg back behind her. That one's pretty nice. I don't know that she's super long-sided, but in today's bold-built, kind of just density-driven club lamb world, that one's got a lot of quality to her. It's particularly how feminine she is, how great she is in her pin set and stifle. That one's big time good. The one that comes in the next spot here in 2 is a little fresh and attractive in how her look is, and it's her quality that allows her to kind of get there. That one needs just a tick more in terms of her pin width to make it close up on top, but I think her attractiveness, just that up-fronted kind of a look, allows her to move into the top couple. I certainly considered the fitted one we've got in the 3 spot to move up a spot, maybe 2, because I thought that she was super attractive in how she's designed. I think she's certainly level in her top line. Her hip shape is good as well. To me, when we get out and watch and track and move, that's where she comes to the 3rd spot. She just gets too high on her loin and just not as fundamentally correct in terms of feet and leg structure. But, man, she certainly strikes a beautiful picture, and I think that one's a quality one, just some close decisions. Again, we got a production sheep next in line that the talented lady's gotten. I think that one's round-ribbed. I think that one, I like the top side of the skeleton. This one handles with a bunch of mass and a bunch of power up top. To me, the center rib is not quite as good. Just the fundamental, just stoutness of build makes it actually closer between 4 and 5. I just leave it to stout her up in her rib cage, and at the base as she goes away. One that comes in 5. That one's fresh and got a nice, attractive look to her. I think that she's just so young and immature out here that's her advantage and that's her disadvantage as well. Just makes it a little tougher to evaluate. But when we read her in terms of just skeletal design and look, that one reads with some quality look and some pieces. They've got a big old shaggy leg on it and big old stoutness and pins. And I think as that one just continues, that'd probably be a better yearling ewe and productive kind of a female as well than maybe where she's at right now as she continues to develop. But good pieces as well. Thanks for bringing them out here. We'll pick some pairs and some champions here in your divisions.
And congratulations in our Spring U class. First goes to Richards Livestock from Geneva, Nebraska. Second exhibited by Weeping Rose Ranch out of Wallback, Nebraska. Third is to Phyllis Davison from Beatrice, Nebraska. Fourth to Dallas Henry from Blue Hill, Nebraska. And fifth will go to Addison Fouch from Friend, Nebraska. Bringing in now and getting them all lined up will be our pair of ewe lambs. Congratulations in our pairs. First will go to Phyllis Davison from Beatrice, Nebraska. Second is Richards Livestock from Geneva. Third will go to Dallas Henry from Blue Hill. And fourth to Addison Fouch from Friend, Nebraska. Now is our selection of our grand champion ewe. Following that, we will do our group classes for our Hamps.
We'll appreciate, first off, the invite to be here on our first championship in the U division in the open class at the Nebraska State Fair. And it's great that those in charge and those that made it to church ordered a beautiful day. We're excited for a beautiful day to sort through these. If you kindly would, we had lots of Hampshire breeders, but if you're joining us ringside, let's give our exhibitors a round of applause here, and we'll talk through this and get some champions. So it's exciting and more fun, certainly, to make some of those decisions. And I'm absolutely happy with the top four that we've got out here. I think that, again, they won some of the balance and pattern and skeletal design differences amongst each of those. And even when we got our lineup up here, we've got two that are more weather dam driven, two that are a little bit closer to obviously the fitted side and presented that way. But they're the four best ones that came at us. This yearling ewe is extremely, extremely good from feet and leg structure and design. And I think when we talk about them as being females, her shoulder and her neck design is correct. Her levelness in how she gets and tracks and moves in her top line is just absolutely impeccable. I love the shape and design. Is she the boldest in terms of her muscle shape? I think that even in relation to those, probably the answer is no, but there is more than enough, and I like just a little bit of longer, smoother kind of a muscle shape in the females, and then so that female is extremely, extremely competitive. The fall ewe actually beats a really nice weather dam one that came into second. This one did so because she's just so attractive and so fresh and so feminine. I love that about her. I think when we get her out here, she needs to be square in terms of her hock placement as we get the rear leg design from behind. But, man, that one's attractive for us. The one that comes out of the next division, that was probably one of the more challenging things to identify because, in fact, our second place ewe is extremely, extremely good as well, again, with that weather dam. But the one that I picked does so very similarly to our yearling ewe of being just feminine and bold-bodied and maternal. You look at her through her shoulder and her front end and just super attractive right there in terms of how she's designed. I think she's got plenty of rib, and in fact, as she continues to develop, hopefully she'll drop that rear flank, and that'll allow her to just have some of that extra balance and extra look as well. A good kind of complete individual that even when we think that she's good in terms of her top line, she's still good in her hip as well. And so that makes that one extremely close in terms of competitiveness. I think if we were to change her, we could stouten her up just a smidge in terms of her bone work, but she's more than adequate. And again, that's not her strength. Her strength is her femininity and her openness of rib cage, a really, really high quality one. Man, I wanted to even come back and use this one as well because she wedges as good as any. That one from her center body, from her forerib back to her loin and hip is as good as any of them. She's not the most feminine because I told you that we've probably got 3 other ones out here in your championship lineup that have that competitive advantage over her. But in terms of boldness of rib, she's not ever going to be a giant sheep, and that's not her job. But her rib cage and her muscle shape and the stoutness is extremely, extremely good. That's a really, really good group of Hampshire ewes. Again, lots of places may not have this quality. I guarantee you lots of places won't have this diversity out there in the top line of their championship. And so hopefully you've been able to respect those opinions and identify that we're trying to find the highest quality ones to move up to the top. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause. Here's your champion coming out of the yearling division. She's the best one. Love her a lot. The next best one is extremely good as well. Congratulations to this team. This one's our reserve champion coming out of the ewe-lamb division. Very, very competitive, very fun to sort. Thank you so much. Good job.
Congratulations, your grand champion ewe, exhibited by Cody Lanyard. Your reserve will be from Phyllis Davison. As we move on, the next class we have is a mixed pair, 1 ram, 1 ewe lamb. 1 ram lamb, 1 ewe lamb. Now we're ready for young flock, 1 ram, 2 ewe lambs of any age. In your mixed pair, congratulations. First will go to Richards Livestock, second to Tom Gilmore, third exhibited by Carolyn Strunk, and fourth by Phyllis Davison. Again, in the ring now is young flock, 1 ram, 2 ewe lambs, please. Next up will be your pen of 4 lambs. Pen of 4 lambs, congratulations in our young flock. First goes to Richards Livestock, second exhibited by Phyllis Davison. In our pen of 4 lambs, first to Richards Livestock, second is to... Have we not done pen of 4? I thought we were done. Yeah. And now breeder's flock. 1 ram, 2 yearling ewes, and 2 ewe lambs, please. Nice color coordination there, you guys. Maroon, black, maroon, black, maroon. And then pink. Hey, somebody's got to supervise. Y'all got to remember, you're supposed to smile out there because they're watching you. There you go. There's a beautiful smile. And that is a wrap on our Ham Show. Congratulations in the breeder's flock. First will go to Phyllis Davison, and the second goes to Richard's Livestock. Thank you to all our Hamp breeders for attending the fair this year. Just a quick reminder, once again, we do have a sheep shearing contest that gets underway this afternoon, 5 o'clock, inside the 5 Points Bank Arena. Next grouping we're going to have are going to be Suffolk's. We are just going to take a quick second break for the judge, and we'll be right back with the Suffolks. All right, we are ready to get underway now with our Suffolk show. Would you please bring into the show ring your spring ram lambs, please? Spring ram lambs. Megan, there should be two, and we only got one in the ring.
We move on to our Suffolk Ram division, and I think, in fact, if you've been following along from that Hampshire portion, it was find some give and takes amongst those and find the qualities that you like. I will tell you that even with two of the just Suffolk Rams here to represent this breed, I like both of them extremely nicely. They're going to get awarded a champion in reserve here in a little bit because this is the breed show here at the Nebraska State Fair. But that's nothing to take away from these guys. And so I think it's when we look at them, there's plenty of good. The primary difference, truthfully, amongst these is not quality. The primary difference is actually just age and maturity. One's early January. The other one is a March ram that's represented for us here today. We'll talk that January first. And I think when you look at him, his rib shape and his rib skeleton is right. I think that he handles with a tremendous amount of length of side and length of body. Again, when we think about it from a Suffolk standpoint of ones that are extended and balanced and just made nicely, he does so quite attractively. Long and level, and in fact, just that length of hind saddle and length of hip, he's certainly good. Plenty good in terms of his hip shape and design for us as well. Just a good functional kind of an individual that still maintains some lateness and maturity, and he's going to be an extended sheep, and he's going to be a productive sheep in his body rib shape as well. The March sheep, when we look at him, then you could just see it in his head of how much more immature he is as he's presented today, and that's just fine. Again, they don't all need to be born on January 1st. This is a guy that's got some of that extra amount of freshness and look like he should. Let's read him in his top line. Super level, and again, we just kind of fighting it just a little bit, but when he relaxes his top line, I think that the correctness of design of how he's made is quite nicely. Maybe not quite as attractive in how his hock is placed as we get back behind him, as he gets a little bit more upright on his pastures, but I think as he continues to mature, he could potentially just kind of loosen up, and that certainly isn't a deal breaker for me. I think he's maybe not quite as rugged in terms of his bone work, but I think, again, most of that is related to maturity pattern, and so a really high-quality one, super long-sided as well. Again, if we were to change him just a little bit in terms of kind of maybe that rear leg, hock, pasture, and ground could be a little bit more attractive. That's where that more mature buck has that advantage. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you kindly would, let's give our exhibitor for the Suffolk sheep a round of applause. If you kindly would, ringside, your championship's going to the January, followed to the March born. Congratulations. Good job.
And congratulations out of the spring Ram Lamb class. First we'll go to Tom Burke from Smithville, Missouri. Second also to Tom Burke. Pair of Ram Lambs will also go to Tom Burke. And your grand champion ram exhibited by Tom Burke. Reserve champion is by Tom Burke. Moving on now, we're going to bring in our yearling ewes, please. Yearling Suffolk ewes.
extremely nice pair of Suffolk yearling ewes, and in fact, I think that there's a lot of commonalities amongst them, and strangely as that is, I think that there's some ample amount of differences that make it competitive as well between the two. The one that I use, I think, is the one that has some of that extra amount of boldness in terms of her rib shape. I find her to be bigger topped, to be wider loined, and in fact to be bigger pinned. And when you read her at the ground, I think she reads with just more true base width for us as well. I think when she gets out and travels and moves, we also realize that between the two, she's the one that's farther in terms of her condition for us. She's fuller kind of in that forerib, and so that doesn't particularly help me as I evaluate her, but yet she maintains her femininity quite nice. I think she's bigger topped. I think she's truer to the ground. I just like to freshen her up a little bit in her condition, and then I think she could potentially run away with this. The one that comes in at 2, there's some credibility to her as well that can truthfully make this a little bit comparative as we look at them. I think that the UN2 is stouter in terms of just her bone work. I think she's just a little bit more rugged, just kind of in her skull and her muzzle of how she's designed, and not from a bad standpoint, but that opens up into some rib cage, and so she's a little bit maybe more genuine in terms of how her finish is. I don't think that she handles her hip and hind leg quite as attractively. I think she maybe kind of rolls out there and maybe just a tick straighter of how her hip, hock, pasture, and ground kind of lines up. But two nice individuals, plenty of good and plenty of quality. Some differences amongst them, but they're both extremely good. Congratulations on a nice pair. They'll be first place pair of Suffolk yearling ewes as well.
And congratulations to Tom Burke from Smith Mill, Missouri, your first and second in your yearlings and your first pair of yearling ewes. We'll have a single entry coming in for the fall ewe lamb.
We move on to the Suffolk ewe lamb division, and I guess I choose to stand where I think that she looks absolutely the best, and that's this front quarter view. When you evaluate her, you can just see so many good things about her. She's super feminine, and I love the neck of how that one's designed up front. I think she opens up correctly in her forerib shape and the center part of her body, and that's what I really like of just that transition. The levelness at top, the squareness and the openness that you find in that one's rib cage is extremely good. when we get a little bit more critical of her, and I think she kind of just funnels in at the ground, and I think as we get back behind her, we're going to have her just hawk in ever so slightly there, a representative of, and maybe we could just keep that just a smidge square. She could be just a tick wider chested, but this is the things that I like about her. Love the levelness, love the femininity, the openness of rib, and how she transitions just really beautifully allows her to be a high quality entry. So good that she'll be first place in class in the ewe lamb division here in the Suffolks. Good job.
Next will be our spring ewe lambs. We have 2 spring ewe lambs. Congratulations to your fall ewe lamb exhibited by Tom Burke from Smithville, Missouri.
extremely nice pair of Suffolk ewe lambs, and again, it can just be personal preference. I choose the one that's younger on the birth date card, and she's younger in terms of maturity for us right now. To me, she's better. Again, I think that an ample amount of our Suffolks are big enough. I think that this one does more of the complete things correct. I think that she's good, and I think she's more level in her top shape. I think she's a tick square in her pin set. I think that she's more attractive and certainly square from as we get back from hock to ground behind her. Just the immaturity and the look, the rib shape and dimension I like in her, just as a little shinier. The one that's a February and has the age advantage comes into the second spot. That one we know is long-spined, and we like that about her. I think in relation, she could be bolder in terms of the center part of her rib cage, and that's where that class winner has the advantage, even in relation to its age. I think that she could be just a tick square in her hip set, and that would allow that rear leg to be a tick more attractive, much like her pen mate. Again, close decisions. People could go either way. I opt to use the one I think has a few more correctness of design skeleton pieces for me. Good job.
Now we'll bring them back in for your selection of your grand champion ewe. Congratulations in your spring ewe lamb. First and second will go to Tom Burke from Smithville, Missouri. They also win the pair of ewe lambs class. Again, now we'll make our selection of our grand and reserve champion, Suffolk ewe.
Well, our Suffolk division went pretty efficiently on moving the animals through the ring, but a bunch of nice ones to begin to sort between. If you are ringside, if you kindly would, let's give our exhibitor primarily a round of applause in our Suffolk division. So amongst these, I think in terms of type and look, the whole bunch of uniformity, truthfully. So then it become on putting some of those small pieces together. That March ewe lamb is really attractive, and she's going to have some nice days in front of her. A fall-born one here next in line that I think balances extremely nicely. I told you she was feminine, bold-ribbed. I think that she's plenty good enough in terms of feet and leg structure as well. And I think a yearling ewe that truthfully does a lot of good as well. That yearling ewe is super long-topped. We know that she's big-ribbed, and we know that she's big-ended as well. To me, as she's presented in particular, as we get them out here and track and move, she could be a little bit more coordinated because a lot more of her weight is in the front third of her body in comparison to right now. But some people could tie into that one. I just think there's enough quality in the ewe lamb. Congratulations, and in your championship right here coming out of our middle division back up to our yearling is going to be reserved for us today at the Nebraska State Fair.
Coming out of the fall class, congratulations, your grand champion ewe exhibited by Tom Burke. And out of the yearling class, your reserve is also exhibited by Tom Burke. Just a reminder to all our exhibitors, don't forget to go over to the backdrop to get those photos taken. As we move along, we are ready to start the Dorset show. In the ring, and I'll be a yearling single entry Dorset Ram.
We move on to our Dorset division, and I think a great place to start with a yearling ram here. Extremely, extremely nice kind of a buck that puts a lot of pieces together. This guy's massively built no matter where you want to evaluate him. Big top, big rack, big ended, bold ribbed. Just a really good functional dude. Big testicled as well, okay? And so I like a lot of the pieces about him. Good kind of a one to start off your breed in the Dorset division.
Congratulations, our yearling ram exhibited by Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. We will have a single entry as well coming in. This will be for the fall ram lamb, please.
I think it'll be fun, of course, when we get a bunch of these single entries out for competing for our purple ribbons and banners. But let's look at this guy as an individual, and what a couple things that stick out to me. I just love the shape of his head, just the stoutness of his muzzle, and just that Dorset look that you find in him. He's just a combination kind of a sheep for me. I like the length and the levelness that you find. I think he's adequate in terms of the amount of muscularity that you see in him. And I think the growth is, again, more than adequate at this stage. And so just a good, complete kind of a buck here that comes in as a single entry. A nice one to be exhibited here in Grand Island, America.
And congratulations, Corey Korth from Blair, Nebraska will be your fall ram exhibit first place. We'll have a single entry coming in for winter ram lamb.
Another quality entry, and man, I just like the correctness of design. Again, we're gonna get to see how these kind of fold all together, but feet and leg structure is really nice on this guy. I think he just sets down on a big old stout kind of a paw and foot down there. I think his forerib is maybe the transition between his shoulder and his forerib is attractive. I just think we can bolden him up, and I think I just read that as a fact of immaturity right now because he's long-topped and plenty good in terms of how he's made. I think he's going to come to grow into kind of a moderate size, and I think that the shape and the design is going to match him quite nicely. Just a good, complete kind of a Dorset ram here to bring out here in this single entry class. Thanks.
Congratulations to Carolyn Strunk with the winter ram lamb. She is from Newton, Kansas. We'll have another single entry coming in for the spring ram lambs, and then we'll make the selection of your grand champion ram.
single entry March Dorset Ram Lamb, and I think a complete enough made guy. I think he's good. A couple of different things that I like about him. I like the boldness in the center body, probably, again, opposite of the traits that the last one had. That's his strength. I like his depth of side. I like his look. I like his levelness of hip that we find in him. I think he still just reads fresh and youthful right now. And then when we get that, that'll kind of open up in just terms of his forerib and how he's designed. Probably one that's going to be plenty long enough, and he's always going to proportion long, and I think there's enough production and performance for him on being a March lamb, and obviously, making it to a high growth standpoint right now. Great group, again, primarily single entries in this division, but it'll be fun to sort them out here in your championship drive of the Dorset Rams that should be coming up next.
Congratulations to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri, your first place out of the Spring Ram Lambs. Bringing them all back in now for your selection of your grand champion, Dorset Ram.
Okay, interesting group. And again, I think that a fun group of Dorsets to choose from to lead off with your yearling buck. I think it's extremely tough to make him that three-dimensional and still sound enough and adequate enough in how he's designed. It is not very often, in my personal opinion, that truthfully any of the Dorsets get that stout built, and I just respect him for that. The other three do not particularly do that, and then it becomes pieces to sort between. The October Ram Lamb, I called him complete. I said that his head is just attractive and pretty. I think that he handles with more width to his loin than truthfully either of the ones that are younger behind him. I wish he was just a tick bolder in his pin set, but the way he's designed is extremely good. Feet and leg structure is quite nice. The one that comes in next, short-eared, good-headed, and I think more attractive in terms of just being kind of up-fronted, having that look about him. When we compare him to the Rams on either side of him, he's the one that easily closes to the bottom side of his skeleton. I said he could be better in his forerib. I think he needs to be better in terms of his rear leg skeleton in comparison. And the buck that comes in the 3 spot, he's an interesting one. I learned that that's a full brother to the yearling buck that comes out here, and he has some pieces that are different. That guy is way better in terms of his neck than his full brother that's a year older. He's way more extended. He's way better in terms of the extra amount of length of side and length of body that you find. I think he's big pinned, and so can you read in terms of him? The difference is that when we get him out tracking and moving, I think he becomes just a little bit more piecey for me. I know he's a march right now, but it becomes more segmented in his overall look. The shoulder of how he moves into that forerib doesn't come together as good. His loin kind of comes up. His hip loin just kind of doesn't match quite as nice, and he consequently doesn't handle his rear leg. That's too many things in terms of just skeletal design for me to consider him the contender to move forward as well. But nifty pieces nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, if you put your hands together, I like them stout. We're going to find them powerful. It's simple. Let's use the best one to win. And then we're going to come back to a super complete one that's very good. It needs at least a share at the Nebraska State Fair for a reserve championship. Good job.
Congratulations, your grand champion, Dorset, will come out of that yearling class. And congratulations to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Reserve champion will come out of the fall class, and Corey Korth from Blair, Nebraska. As we exit with the boys, it's time to bring in the ewes. This will be our yearling ewe class coming in.
extremely competitive initial two here to sort between, and I think you have to dig just a little bit deeper to identify what things that there are amongst those, and then evaluate kind of where your priorities are. I'll keep it simplistic as best we can, but the one that we call the class winner, I think, is certainly just a tick more complete in quite a few different places. That one is more slender and more feminine in her neck shape and design. She's better at the top side of her shoulder of how that one lays in, and in fact, she's better in terms of her rib cage as well. I think that she's wider loined. I think that she's just as big a pinned. When we get back behind her, she's longer and smoother in her muscle, but if I was to give that up and say that the other one's more expressive, that's all I've got, because this one that I end up switching with is more feminine. She's more maternal and bolder in her rib cage, and I think she's longer and leveler in her hip design, and so that's enough for me. Again, a close decision, but more high-quality traits in the class winner. The one that comes in two, just got that extra amount of muscle expression in her rack. I think that's the one that's deeper twisted and got more stifle to her. But then when we read her a little bit more critically, she's the one that's not as good in terms of her neck design. She's the one that the deepest part about her is her chest floor, and she drops back into a higher kind of a rear flank, and that hurts her balance and her look ever so slightly. But that one's extremely good. Many people would probably have kept that one at the top. I just see a little bit more maternal traits of femininity and rib shape in the one that we're calling the class winner. I split the pairs of slick shorns here and put the next best one with the fitted sheep. I think that she's sound enough in how she's designed. I think she's a one that I think is pretty level in her tops line, but a good one that maybe doesn't have some of those unique pieces that we find in a couple of those class winners, but a complete, nicely attractive one. The ones, again, when we make a call between 4 and 5, to me 4 is better and sounder than the one that comes in 5th. The one in 4 is big-bodied and big stout. She needs to be bigger pinned. That takes away from her extra look. One that comes in next gets a little high in her loin and wants to battle and kind of paddle with her rear legs just ever so slightly. And then we've got a close pair next in line. I have to use the one that I think is a little bit more maternal in her rib cage in comparison to the one that I think might have just a tick more stifle to her, but a nice pair there that still managed to round it out. In your Dorset Yearling U class, competitive nonetheless, differences amongst them, no doubt. Good job.
And congratulations to our exhibitors. Now we'll have pair of yearling ewes, please. First, we'll go to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Second, exhibited by Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Third is by Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. Fourth, exhibited by Olivia Graves. Fifth is exhibited by Carolyn Strunk. Sixth will be exhibited by Corey Korth from Blair, Nebraska. And seventh also from Corey Korth. Now to enter the ring will be our pair of yearling ewes. Bringing in now will be our fall ewe lambs. Here's your results, your pair of yearling ewes. First, we'll go to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Second is to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. And third to Corey Korth from Blair, Nebraska.
I think a challenging class to look between amongst these, and I guess finding pieces of the puzzle. But I think the most complete one is the one that I win with. She's the one that's got some femininity, got some bigness to her top, and I think just moves around and adequately well. The one that comes in 2 is the most muscular. She's also the most masculine in terms of how her front third of her body is. We need to extend her out and make her more feminine. And yet I just really like the boldness of rib, the stoutness of design that we've got. The fitted sheep, again, being out here, I think that there's enough an adequate amount of growth for us on her. I think she could set her feet and legs, particularly and as we get back behind her, square her for me. But I think that that's one that's got plenty of growth and plenty of look to them. A good competitive group amongst these, and people can sort these 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, or any combination of those and be able to justify it. So I like to find the one that's the most complete. That's the one we're going to give the big blue ribbon to.
Congratulations in your fall ewe lamb class. First we'll go to Corey Korth from Blair, Nebraska. Second to Hannah Donnelly from Minden, Nebraska. And third to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. We're moving on now to our winter ewe lamb class. Winter ewe lamb, please.
I think maybe one of our deepest quality classes comes here in your Dorset ewe lambs, and I think one that you just got to pull pieces together and identify which things are of higher priority for an individual. But I guess I read the most quality in the one that we're calling the class winner, and I think that's always the way it should be if I'm sorting them, is identify the one that's got the most good things about her, and that's this ewe. She's still fresh. She's attractive in how she's designed. I think she's pretty expressive. That one is big racked and big ended. And I think if we could drop that rear rib, or as she kind of matures, she's going to look plenty maternal enough. A good kind of an individual for us here today. One that comes in two is certainly maybe the one that just trends with a tick more openness to her skeleton all the way through. I think she might be bigger pinned. I think she's probably bigger racked as well. She's not nearly as feminine, not nearly as attractive in her chest floor, not nearly as good at the top side of her neck in comparison to the class winner. The one that comes into the 3 spot, an interesting one as well. She's longer than the one that's directly in front of her, but again, she's one that narrows up to her pin set in comparison. A nice kind of an individual that certainly got a nice look to her. I think that, again, maybe not some of the extra shines and class-winning advantages as the ones that come in 1 and 2, but a one that, for me, found its way to the top side in 3, plenty good. I think then between 4, 5, 6, and 7, there's a bigger difference in the color of the ribbon than there is in the quality. All 4 of those, and in fact, if you wanted to invert it and start at the other end, I think you could justify it as well. All 4 of these could be jumbled up in several different ways. And so the one that I find next is the one that's probably the most immature of the remaining group. What I do like is I think that she's good in terms of her top line. I think she's bold enough in her pin set. Her feet and leg structure is kind of nice. I wish her neck didn't kind of tuck in there, and she makes her look a little bit lower fronted than maybe what she is. But one in terms of quality that you like. Fitted sheep comes in next, and again, this is a plenty good individual in terms of a fitted Dorset kind of a ewe. She's tall enough fronted. She's feminine enough in how she's designed. She's a little bit immature in terms of her rib skeleton as well. But I think as she continues to grow, I think that you're going to like the amount of length and the amount of attractiveness that you find in that ewe lamb. The one that comes in next, fresh enough in how she's designed, I think that one is bigger ended than the one that's directly behind her. I think she's just a tick bolder in terms of her rib cage. She doesn't come together with an ultra amount of class up at the top side of her shoulder as maybe the 2 that are directly in front of her, and that's what makes her a little bit more common, is she's a little bit more out at her shoulder, but that's a really high quality one. Long designed one next in line, and attractive nonetheless. I think that this sheep is very, very nice. And again, there's nice groups of Dorsets out here. I think when we evaluate her in comparison to a couple of those other ones, she becomes a narrower pin and kind of draws that a little bit narrower at the ground. But she's just fresh and youthful and young. Again, there's 7 of them out here. Those are all extremely nice. That's the deepest set. Let's give a round of applause to your exhibitors here at the Nebraska State Fair. And they are all roads lead to fun for us today. Good job.
And congratulations in your winner ewe lamb class. First we'll go to Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Second to Arabella Rossmeyer from Shelton, Nebraska. Third to Arabella Rossmeyer as well. Fourth exhibited by Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Fifth is exhibited by Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. Sixth exhibited by Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. And seventh exhibited by Corey Korth from Blair, Nebraska. Entering the ring now will be our spring ewe lamb class. Spring ewes, please.
single entry Dorset ewe lamb, and man, one that screams quality. I just like the look of this sheep. Again, we had a bunch of interesting ones in that last class, and plenty of them were good, but this one's very nice on her own. I love just the skeletal balance and look and just kind of symmetry. Anybody that's sitting in the stands and say, you know what, that one just looks right. The body shape and the design is pretty attractive. Good job, congratulations. It's worth a giant blue ribbon here in Grand Island, America.
Congratulations in our Spring U class. First will go to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Second will go to Corey Korth from Blair, Nebraska. Bring them in now for our pair of ewe lambs, please. Pair of ewe lambs. Congratulations in our pair of ewe lambs. First will go to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Second is to Arabella Rolfsmeyer from Shelton, Nebraska. Third exhibited by Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Fourth exhibited by Corey Korth from Blair, Nebraska. And fifth is to Carolyn Strong from Newton, Kansas. It is now time to make the selection of your grand champion for our ewes.
Really good. Dorset ewe lamb, or yearling ewe, and a trio of ewe lambs out here in competition amongst those. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're ringside, let's give these guys a round of applause. I'll talk through them and give away some banners. So I actually think it comes together relatively nicely. We had a lot of differences amongst those in the particular classes. In fact, the yearling ewes were very competitive. I opt for one that I think between that two was more feminine and more maternal. I think that sheep is pretty nice. If I was to fault that one, she could have just a tick more through the center and lower part of her leg, but I mean, she's a Dorset yearling ewe. I think she's got an ample amount, and then she's so big topped. And then when you get the three-quarter look, that's where you really like her, of how she just blends into her shoulder and into her forerib. That one's certainly nice. Fall ewe is certainly long and level, and kind of won just a little bit of the Goldilocks, all right? And she was just the just right size, because there was one that was too small, one that was a little bigger. She balances up pretty nicely amongst this particular group. We move back, and I think we still got some competitors. This was our deepest class that comes out right in front of me here. That class winner, just super nifty in terms of quality build. Attractive fronted, open topped, round ribbed, big ended, and I think just reads appropriately in her rib shape and skeleton right now. That second place sheep in that class is in contention as well. That one's bolder built, in fact, than the one that beat it in class. Maybe just a little bit more rugged and maybe not quite as good at just the extra amount of shoulder and chest floor and look. And then this ewe came out by herself, and she's pretty nice too. I believe maybe even a March ewe lamb, just balanced nicely and put together pretty completely on how she's designed. Not overwhelming, and I think she's going to have some nice days. But ladies and gentlemen, if you kindly would, let's congratulate them. We've got the fair queen, Megan. She's going to give away some championships. Let's do it to the best one. That's our champion. Up to our yearling ewe for reserve. Congratulations. Good job.
And congratulations, your grand champion, Dorset, exhibited by Owen Atwater. Out of the winner class, a reserve champion will come out of the yearling class, exhibited by Olivia Graves. Moving on to our groups now in the Dorset. In the ring now will be your mixed pair, one ram lamb, one ewe lamb. Here's your results. Your mixed pairs. First will go to Corey Korth from Blair, Nebraska. Second is to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. And third is to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Young flock is getting all lined up here in the ring. A young flock is 1 ram and 2 ewe lambs of any age. All right, up next will be Breeder's Flock, please. Breeder's Flock, 1 ram, 2 yearling ewes, and 2 ewe lambs. Your young flock first will go to Corey Korth from Blair, Nebraska. Second is to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. And third will be Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. In a pen of 4 lambs, congratulations to Corey Korth of Blair, Nebraska. We're on to our final class of the Breeder's Flock for our Dorsets. Our next breed up will be Southdowns. Here's your results of your breeder's flock. First, we'll go to Olivia Grace from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Second is to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. And third to Corey Korth from Blair, Nebraska. We're going to give these folks a second as they move their animals around. We're going to be moving on now to our Southdowns.
Single entry as we move to the Southdown division, and this guy's flat good. We'll see what comes in the next portion of our Southdowns, but I will say that the bar is high. He's long, he's level, he's correct, he's good in his design. I actually think that he's, for a Southdown, he's still an up-fronted, extended dude as well. Like this guy quite a bit. Good job.
Congratulations in our yearling Rams. Gilmore Southdowns of Lincoln, Nebraska. We're now on to our fall Ram Lamb class.
Fall Ram, really, really good one, packing on some pounds, and I think even when we think about it, irrespective of breeds, performance matters for us, and this guy does that extremely good. Just three-dimensional and massive in how he's designed. Going to continue to be a fun one to watch and see how he grows. I think he's plenty far along in his kind of maturity pattern, but again, I appreciate the performance that we find in him right now. A really nice kind of an individual here. Single entry that comes in that fall division.
Congratulations to Gilmore Southdowns. Next we have Winter Ram Lambs. Southdown ewes.
We're going to keep them in order. Our Southdown Ram Lamb, I think that it's pretty logical from a performance standpoint, but it becomes logical from a quality standpoint. This guy, similar to his potential pen mates, is just made right. Feet and leg structure super nice. What I like about this guy is I consider him extremely long hind saddled and long hipped. I think he's plenty up fronted enough for what he is in terms of his design. Great head and breed character about him as well. Really nice bonus. The one that comes in too, more youthful in his appearance. I think he's just bolder in terms of his rib, and he's got some extra amount of stifle down low. He's maybe not as good in terms of balance about his shoulder and levelness of his top line, but a good kind of an individual nonetheless. Two nice Southdown Rams to kind of sort these out. We'll pick probably some pairs and some champions here in the near future once we get done with the rest of these classes. Good job.
Receiving first in this class were Gilmore Southdowns, second to Liam Paper. Next we have the Spring Ram Lambs.
I think a nice pair of Southdown Ram Lambs, and I think the one that at least visually has the age and performance advantage is the one that wins here. But I think his balance is good. I think he just reads a little stouter at the ground, and I know that he reads bigger in his loin edge. He's certainly one that's wider and just stouter in terms of his overall loin edge, and big square pinned as well. The one that comes in two, one that I appreciate in terms of just the boldness of body and the depth of side that you find in him. I don't know that he's quite as expressive maybe in his muscle pattern as we get back behind him, but I think just a good rugged enough dude, and in fact feet and leg structure, I think he excels quite nicely and is certainly comparable, if not advantageous, to several of them that have been out here. A good kind of an individual that's real young and fresh and going to have a nice future in front of him. Close decision there amongst the pair. Well, a nice high-quality group that we've got out here. I would have been perfectly fine with using this yearling buck and calling that a winner. When he came out here, I think that he's good in his head, and I like the upfrontedness and look at that we find in him. I think as we read him in relation to the size that we've got, I think that he's big and wide-loined. I think that he gets a little narrower hipped and pinned in comparison of how he's presented in terms of just the condition that we find in him. But, man, he's long and correct enough in his top line of how he's made. I think the fall kind of falls out of attention here because he's big and rugged. He just needs to be stouter, and he needs to be more up-fronted for us to particularly look and look at the advantages. The ones that read a little bit more quality to me come out of the last two classes, and that's our January born ram here. I think he's big and stout in terms of just his boldness of rib. I think he's good in terms of his hip shape and his design. I think that February ram is extremely nice and as well. I think he's presented quite a bit more fresh. I think that his loin shape is quite a bit better. And in fact, than several of them that we've got in here. I don't know if he's quite as big a pin, but he's a big extended kind of a sheep as well. I'm going to go give those two just one more look, if you kindly would. Let's give them a round of applause, and we'll start giving the banners away. But a competitive group nonetheless. Good job.
Congratulations. Your grand champion, Southdown, exhibited by Gilmore Southdowns, coming out of the winter class, and your reserve champion goes to Patty Wilson out of the spring class. Moving on now, we'll be bringing in our yearling ewes. Yearling ewes for the Southdowns, please.
Well, as interesting a class as that we've sorted in between here, I think the one that we start out with is extremely genuine in terms of her top line and her top shape. I think she handles bigger in terms of her loin. I think she's truer and squarer in terms of her pin set. As we get back behind her, I think that advantage allows that to kind of go to the ground. The one that comes in the 2 spot, I think, is plenty feminine. I know that we've got just that extra amount of depth and look to her rib. To me, she comes a little bit flatter in terms of as we get back behind her, but those are 2 nice, high-quality kind of individuals. She's plenty far enough along in terms of her condition. Big, long, extended sheep next in line, and you can see some good about her. When we get her out on the move, I think that's where she becomes a little bit more challenged. Her kind of chest floor drops in her. She gets a little narrower pin, but man, to be that extreme and that extended, that's certainly one that some might tie into. I don't know that they need to be that big in the Southdowns, but that's okay. She's certainly one that's plenty good enough in terms of her body shape and her overall look. I think then we've got a big old quality difference as we move back between 3 to move back to the 4th place one. This one's one that I think is long and level enough in how she's designed. That one's not nearly as good in her pin set and the dimension that we find in her. And then the one that, or the 2 that come in next, I use the one that's a little bolder and stouter in terms of her muscularity than the one that's just a little bit soggier in terms of her rib cage. Trio of really, really good ones to sort between a nice group of Southdown yearling ewes. Good job.
Lining them up now for our pair of yearling ewes. Here's your results of your yearling ewe class for our Southdowns. First, we'll go to Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. Second to Gilmore Southdowns of Lincoln. Third, exhibited by Gilmore Southdowns. Fourth is by Patty Wilson. Fifth will be Willow Hills from Shelton, Nebraska. And sixth is Willow Hills. In those pair of yearlings, first we'll go to Gilmore Southdown, second is to Patty Wilson, and third exhibited by Willow Hills. In the ring now will be your fall ewe lambs. Fall ewe lambs, please.
I think a class that sorts nicely, and in fact, it might be just an inverse in terms of performance, but I think in terms of quality, there's no doubt which one the best one is, and that's your class winner. She's long, she's level, she's super correct. I think that one's really, really good. I think it'll be fun to see when that one comes back. She'll certainly make it competitive. Between 2 and 3, the one that comes in 2, I think, is leveler in her hip design. I think she's one that is maybe just a little bit better at the base of her shoulder in comparison to the power sheep that comes in next. That one's long-sided, and there's a whole bunch of sheep to her, and maybe she's got just as much stifle as any of them, but she needs to be more attractive and more feminine up in the front third for me in comparison to this particular trio. But a really nice group of Southdown females here. Plenty of performance and power, just a little different shapes. Good job.
Congratulations in the fall ewe lamb class. First, we'll go to Gilmore Southdowns of Lincoln, Nebraska. Second to Double K Southdowns. And third to Gilmore Southdowns. Next will be our winter ewe lambs. Winter ewe lambs, please.
I think our top pair might have as much give and take as any of the that we've had, particularly in this Southdown division. But a nice group of individuals here that come out into this ewe lamb class. They're just certainly some that are very different. I think intriguingly, the one that's got the most expression of design is the one that we call the class winner. When you watch this one track and move, I think she comes together extremely nicely. A nice dimension to her. I'd like to drop her rear rib to allow her to balance up just ever so slightly. I'd like to darken her up just a little bit in terms of her face as we evaluate that as well. But if you deem it acceptable, I think that you find a bunch of quality in that one. The one that comes into the 2 spot, nice, and I like that one in terms of her forerib and her center body. I think that one is nice in terms of the levelness of hip that we find. Maybe not quite as expressive in the shape and dimension that you found on your class winner, but one that's certainly more shapely, particular in her pin set, than the one that comes into the 3. That one's the attractive up-fronted one, and no doubt she needs to be just a little bit bolder built. And of those initial trio, she's the one that comes just a tick smaller to the ground as we look at those. The massive, powerful one comes next in line in the 4 spot. That sheep's plenty moderate for me, but in terms of her design, I think that her quality build is just a little bit shinier than the one that comes in next. That one's the one that comes deep-chested and still narrows up a little back as we get back behind her, but a nice quality, an individual that's got a whole bunch of performance. We just need to see more of the proportion in the rear half or rear third of that one's body instead of all up at the front end. The one that gives up the disadvantage here in terms of just performance in days and is the next one. I like that one yet in terms of just some Southdown breed character, and I think there's a good enough look to it. We just need to have more of it there. A nice group, a challenging group to kind of sort between on the top because they're so different as we look and evaluate them. Good job.
Here's your results out of your winner ewe lamb class. First, we'll go to Richards Livestock from Geneva, Nebraska. Second is to Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. Third to Gilmore Southdowns of Lincoln, Nebraska. Fourth will go to Arabella Rossmeyer from Shelton, Nebraska. Fifth will go to Gilmore Southdowns. And sixth to Brindley McNeil from Air, Nebraska. In the ring now will be our spring ewe lambs.
Well, sometimes there's an exact answer, and sometimes it happens to be official. And this time, it's official nonetheless, because I think that there's quality traits amongst at least the initial four that really kind of fire me up. They just are different in how they're pulled together. The one that I think is complete is the one that we call the class winner here. I think that she's super feminine. I think that I appreciate the tallness at the point of her shoulder, and I think that she's got some dimension as we get back behind her. The one that comes in 2 is just really attractive. Again, that one's one that's got a whole bunch of frame to her. She's level in how she's designed. She's more immature and should be in terms of her rib cage right now, but I like that one just in terms of the length and look and just the upfrontedness that you find in that one. I wanted to use the one that comes into the 3 just because she handles so cool, particularly in terms of her extra amount of loin, but she needs to be better as we get her out on the move. She gets a little honky there in terms of kind of how her loin and hip is designed. I just like to drop that rear flank, and that'd make her a tick more competitive for me. Power sheep that comes in next in line in the 4 spot. That one's certainly got a whole bunch of muscularity everywhere. We just need to stretch her out for me because there's ones that can do that and do it at a really nice package. The one that comes in 5, one that's got an extra amount of length in comparison to the one that's directly in front of her. She's the one that narrows up at the ground the most and could be bigger in terms of her pin set, but attractive and feminine. Great group of individuals here in your Southdown ewe lamb division. Thanks for bringing them out to evaluate at the Nebraska State Fair 2024 style.
Congratulations on our spring ewe lambs as they get ready to bring them back in for our pairs of ewe lambs. Here's your results out of the spring class. First, we'll go to Gilmore Southdowns of Lincoln, Nebraska. Second to Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. Third, we'll go to Gilmore Southdowns. Fourth to Richards Livestock out of Geneva, Nebraska. And fifth to Double K Southdowns of Lincoln. Congratulations. Here's the results of your pair of ewe lambs. First, we'll go to Gilmore Southdowns. Second to Patty Wilson. Third, we'll go to Richards Livestock. And fourth to Double K Southdowns. Bringing all the ladies in for the selection of your grand champion, ewe.
Well, when we come to the Nebraska State Fair and competition rises, it's good, in particularly these breeds that have an ample amount of competitors to identify which ones their primary ones or the best ones are in their pen. And again, I don't try to sort based on who or what the story is, but hopefully on the quality of the animals. And we have three exhibitors at least that come from different locations, and I've got a yearling ewe that I think balances just nicely. Feet and leg structure, that sheep is really nice. Up-fronted, attractive. Her forerib, from her shoulder to forerib connection is just attractive, and I think that she was quite a bit fresher than the yearling ewe that came, the yearling ewes, truthfully, that she came and beat. She's not the most expressive down low, but her top line is big, and she's feminine. That's a good, high-quality one. The fall ewe lamb, I think, is certainly exquisite in how she's designed. I think in comparison to the one that's directly in front of her, I think she's bigger hipped. I think she's bigger ended. For being a fall sheep, she's certainly tall enough at the point of her shoulder, and yet real slender in terms of her neck, okay? And if we like that and we get her out and walk, what's interesting is how just giant and wide her loin is and how her loin hip hooks up. I said that one from her shoulder to the forerib is nice. This one, how her loin and hip kind of lineup just allows her to get out there and be athletic and move. One that's as intriguing and as expressive as any comes out of our next class. That one's got that big old bold rack, and to be cool, she's round-bodied as well. She gets just a little bit rounder in her hip shape and at the point of her shoulder in comparison to the ones on either end of her, but that one's a high-quality one that comes out of that division. The one that comes out of that last division is balance and look of how she's designed. I don't know that she's as stout in her muscle or in her build as any of the other class winners, and that's what kind of keeps her out of contention, being the young one, but she's attractive and pretty and got a great future in front of them. It becomes between the class winners of the yearling and the fall. Those are the two that I certainly consider the highest quality. The most unique pieces is coming out of the fall class. That's going to be our champion, and then we're coming back to our yearling ewe as reserve. Good job and congratulations. Competitive Southdown ewe show. Let's give them a quick round of applause. And the crowd went wild.
And congratulations, your grand champion, you exhibited by Gilmore Southdowns. Reserve champion goes out to Patty Wilson. Now to bring them in for our mixed pair, we should have 2 entries. Will be 1 ram, 1 ewe, 2 families bringing in for mixed pair, please. bringing them together will be our young flock. That's 1 ram, 2 ewe lambs. Your results, your mixed pair. First goes to Gilmore Southdowns of Lincoln, and second is to Patty Wilson from Hazard. Here's the results of your young flock. First will go to Gilmore Southdown. Second is to Patty Wilson. In the pen of 4 lambs, first went to Gilmore Southdowns. Now they're working on Breeders' Flock. Here is the results of the Breeders' Flock. First will go to Gilmore Southdowns and second to Patty Wilson. That wraps up our Southdown side. Now we've got the Baby Dolls. We'll be starting out with the winter Ram Lamb class for Baby Dolls. Winter Ram Lambs, please.
Babydoll Southdown division. You've all been waiting for it. Here we go. Between a trio of the natural colored ones. I think it's just fundamentals. When we find the one that's the stoutest and boldest in his build, good in terms of testicular development at this stage and long and level, he's the one for me. I think it's still simply as logical in terms of just stoutness of feature and bone and attractiveness, particularly about his head. And he's still more up-fronted than the one that comes into the 3 spot. That one's good in terms of density of fleece. He just needs to be stouter at the bone, a little bit more attractive and angular in how he's designed. A nice group to start out your Babydoll Southdown show here at the Nebraska State Fair.
Congratulations, you're a grand champion ram. It was exhibited by Lily Schwartzendruber from Shickley, Nebraska. Second and reserve goes to Diana Bach of Erickson, Nebraska. And third will go to Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. We're going to move on to our ewes now. This will be our yearling Babydoll Southdown ewes.
your Babydoll Southdown yearling ewes, I think it becomes a function of balance and just overall look that the young lady's white pelted one there wins that class. She's good in terms of feet and leg structure. I think we could just like the openness that we find in her rib and the amount of shape that we find from behind. The one that most closely matches is the one that's presented a little bit cleaner of the group. I think that sheep is open in terms of her rib shape. I don't think she's quite as feminine as the one that we're going to call the class winner. The one that comes in 3 is open in her rib cage, and I like that dimension and shape that we find in her. To me, she's the frailer featured and boned one of the group, but I still think her design and look is just a little bit better than the big high performance one. The high performance one, sheep, maybe one that doesn't balance quite as good as a couple of the other ones. We'd just like to level her out a little bit and be a little better in terms of feet and leg rear structure. Good job on your yearling ewes here in the Babydoll Southdowns. We've got our class of Babydoll Southdowns here. I think that we've got the best one. That one's super stout and super correct in how that one's designed and made. Really, really nice, kind of an individual, a class winner. The bigger decision comes between 2 and 3, and yet I opt for some of the extension and length and femininity to the one that comes in 2. I think that she could be just a tick square in terms of her rear legs, and that's what makes it short between, or makes it close between the more compact sheep that comes in next in line in 3. We got to stretch that one out just a little bit, even though we're in the baby doll division, and yet she's still stouter in her overall build and hip shape than the one that we got in that comes in next in line in the 4. We'll move on to our spring ewe lambs, then pairs, and then our championship in this division. Good job.
Here's your results of your winner ewe lamb class. First will go to Lindley Schwartzendruber from Shickley, Nebraska. Second is to Diana Bach of Erickson. We're going to change that up a little bit. Second, well, I guess they're both the same, Diana Bach of Erickson, Nebraska. Third goes back to Lindley Schwartzendruber. And fourth is to Diana Bach. Coming up next will be your spring ewe lamb class.
Our spring ewe lamb class, I think it just becomes functional and logical of what we're trying to do. The young gentleman's lamb there, that one's bolder topped and more correct. I think that one's a good kind of a shaped one in comparison to the one that visually appears to be the younger individual, one that I think still balances adequately well, a good front and future in terms of those two. We'll get on to our pair of ewe lamb class and then our championship in this division.
Here's the results of your spring ewe lamb class. First will go to Diana Bach of Erickson, Nebraska, and second to Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. Bringing up back our girls for the selection of your grand champion, Babydoll Southdown of the Nebraska State Fair.
Oh, good point. No, go ahead and pick some cool ones. Okay. All right, so I was actually at the Minnesota State Fair last week, okay? And so the lieutenant governor was there, but we also have a celebrity with us to join us at the Babydoll Southdown. So I'll let you introduce yourself first.
Hi, everybody. I'm U.S. Senator Deb Fisher from Nebraska.
All right, woo! Okay, and so, in fact, there's no better time to join us, at least from the cuteness standpoint, as she said, from the Babydoll Southdown division, okay? And so, I recruited Senator Fisher there to help me talk through these, all right? And she's already given me reasons of why, which ones are going to win, but she deferred to me, okay? Because the advantage is that we just get to give one champion, all right? And Luke, and what we do know is that we get to have one champion, and then the rest are like, well, I got second, okay? Or reserve or whatever that may be. So it's more fun to at least make somebody else excited and then make the rest of the people convinced that I'm the one that screwed the rest of it up, okay? So I will take that as the challenge, okay? So we have our Babydoll group of Southdown ewes right now. Our Yearling ewes, when we look at those were both bold ribbed, correct in their design, all right? Of being yearlings, okay, they could be just a little bit more extended or a little bit more feminine in comparison to some of the ones that we've got that come out of the ewe lamb class, but we got some contenders nonetheless, okay? So we've got our natural colored ewe lamb that's a February born that's in that division. That's the class winner. Senator Fisher is convinced that this ewe lamb is stout, okay, that she is correct in terms of her design. I concur. She's feminine, she's good-bodied, she's good-ribbed, and we had a ewe lamb that comes out of the March division that's also in contention as well. That one's a little younger, maybe some better days in front of her, okay? And so, ladies and gentlemen, if you kindly would, it doesn't get to be people's choice, but is the senator and my choice because we concurred. We're going to go award a championship in the Babydoll Southdown division, and go ahead. You are in charge now. Congratulations. That second place comes in for contention for our reserve championship, but we came to a consensus as well to stay with our Yearling ewe for our reserve championship at the Nebraska State Fair. All roads lead to fun. Good job. Thanks for joining us on our Babydoll Southdowns. We'll get through the group classes, and then Shropshires will be next.
Thanks so much. Of course, Lindley Schwarzenduber, congratulations. We'll have your grand champion Babydoll coming out of the winter class. Your reserve champion is Luke Steinmetz with the Yearling. Bring them in now for our groups of pairs. This is going to be a mixed pair again. One ram, one ewe. You should have 3 exhibitors bringing in. All right, here's your results of your mixed pairs. First, we'll go to Lindley Schwartzendruber from Shickley, Nebraska. Second is to Diana Bach from Erickson, Nebraska. And third is Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. Senator, I might need to call your husband and tell him get rid of the cattle. You're going to start showing sheep. In the ring now is Young Flock, 1 ram, 2 ewe lambs. Senator, we all can get you sheep to go on the ranch now. We're going to call your husband and say, where did he go? Let him know we're getting sheep now at the ranch. Here's the results of Young Flock. First, we'll go to Lindley Schwartzendruber from Shickley, Nebraska. Second, to Diana Bach from Erickson, Nebraska. Pen of 4 will go to Diana, and Breeders' Flock to Diana. All right, we're ready to get underway with our Shropshires. This is going to be a spring ram lamb class. There should be 2 in the class.
Well, there may be more than 2 Shropshire Rams in the state of Nebraska. The 2 best ones made it to town to Grand Island for me to sort. So this is your Shropshire Ram show between these 2. Both March-born rams. We're going to choose the gentleman's ram in terms of how this one's designed. I think that we can appreciate from afar how long and level and how correct this one is good in terms of his hip shape and his design. I think super attractive up front. What makes me most excited is just the length of cannon, the lateness and maturity that we find in this guy as a March buck. He's going to be one that if he drops that rib and just stoutens up his build ever so much slightly, going to continue to be on and be a herd sire kind of a prospect. The one that comes in the 2, again, very immature as he's presented right now. I don't know that he's quite as level in his overall top line design, maybe not quite as bold in terms of his rib shape right now, but still fresh and youthful amongst those. So those, if you kindly will, ladies and gentlemen, please help us congratulate our grand champion Shropshire Ram and reserve champion Shropshire Ram at the Nebraska State Fair. Good job.
Congratulations we'll start with the Spring Ram Lamb class, first and second to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. They will also win the pair of Ram Lamb class, and they'll the grand champion and the reserve champion Ram. Moving on, it's our Yearling ewes. Yearling ewes, please.
Shropshire Yearling ewe class, and I don't think that it's easy. I think that there's differences amongst those, but I'm going to try to use the one that I think is better. The one that's better is certainly more feminine. She's better in terms of how her shoulder ties into her forerib. I think she's level and attractive in her hip and rear leg set as well. A good kind of an individual that certainly strikes the more attractive pose from the side. Now, if we were to get a different angle and do the three-quarter rear view, there's no arguments which one we would also like. And I think that you could call this one bolder in her rib shape. She's bolder in her top line. When we evaluate her from the side, she becomes just a tick deeper through the front third of her body, and that doesn't quite pull back to the rear flank, but that's just a little bit of a productive kind of a sheep. Close differences amongst those two. I think that I choose the one that's just a smidge higher quality over the one that's just a smidge bolder in its overall build. Nice group to start out here of your Shropshire Yearling ewe division. Good job.
Congratulations, your yearling ewe, first and second, will go to Olivia Grace from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. They will also have the pair of yearling ewes. Now we're moving on to winter ewe lambs, please. Winter ewe lambs.
January. A single entry in the January ewe lamb class. I think we've got one coming as well that's a little younger later, but this one's fresh and attractive, and I think that just looks like a classy kind of a lady out here, one that just balances quite nicely. I think if she continues to just move through and of the feed bucket, and she'll just add a little bit more productivity and stoutness to her build, but the classiness and the elegance of look is certainly there in a class-winning ewe lamb.
Here's the results of the winter ewe lamb class. First, we'll go to Olivia Grace from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Moving on now will be our spring ewe lamb class.
think the more logical sort within our youngest group of Shropshire ewe lambs is to identify the one that's just a tick bolder built this time. I think she's quite a bit bigger, and then the top side of her skeleton and wider loined and bigger pinned as well. The ewe lamb that comes in into the 2 spot, I think she's super attractive, and I like that about her. I think she could handle her rear leg just a little bit better. She kind of gets those up underneath her and just like to change that angle from the hock, from the side profile in particular. But a nice group of individuals, a nice pair. They'll probably even be first place pair of Shropshire ewe lambs.
In the spring ewe lamb class, first and second will go to Olivia Grace from El Dorado Springs, Missouri.
Well, just single entries or exhibitor in the Shropshire breed portion, but a very nice one. The responsibility that I have then is that he brought all the pen for us to evaluate. My job is to make sure that we find the highest quality one so that he's got the best shot at winning a Supreme Championship, right? And so we got to identify at least the one that's just got a little bit more extra class and look. That yearling ewe is certainly competitive, and in fact, if the second one was out here, you could make some considerations in that one because that one's bold built, but this one that won its class is super nice. I think she's the best one. I think the ewe lamb that comes out of that spring division is the one that matches in terms of look and quality and build for us today. That's going to be our champion in reserve. Good job.
for the Shropshire, both yearling and both grand champion and reserve go to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. The grand champion was the yearling, and the reserve was the spring. kicking off all other meat breeds, we're going to have our first class, Rams 1 year, enter into the ring now. Rams 1 year.
So we roll now to the all other meat breeds. All other meat breeds today will include, at the very least, the Dorper. Dorper originates from South Africa, continuing to grow in popularity. Should be a combination between wool and hair, but most of that will shed. And as you can see, here's one that probably sheds quite nicely. I think a ram that feet and leg structure is pretty good. I like that about him. I think he's good in terms of testicular development, long and level. He's presented just in a little trimmer or greener fashion right here today, but that doesn't go against him because his balance and his look allows him to know that I think there's enough productivity and muscle in him for him to be competitive. Good job on our single entry. We'll see how many more that this talented exhibitor or other people have in our all other meat breed ram division.
That was Rams 1 year, goes to Barbie Zaradnik from North Platte. Entering into the ring next will be Class 2 Fall Ram Lamb, Class 2.
Single entry in this division on the fall division here. One that the talented exhibitor calls Spot. This is a Dorset / Southdown, in which case, from a breed registry standpoint, the Dorsets, if they're out of a registered Dorset, can be in the Dorset Advantage registry. And so that's what allows him to be in here instead of just a commercial or into the weather division. I think this guy is extremely good. When you see him right there, he's just really up-fronted and runs the right way. He comes big top, big ended, stout-featured, and I think just a rugged, productive kind of a look to his head and to his face. A good, high-quality kind of individual here that could have some great days as he moves into his life from the show ring to living the dream in the pasture. Congratulations on bringing Spot out here. Good job.
Taking that fall Ram Lamb class was Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Louisiana. Entering into the ring next will be our Winter Ram Lamb class, Winter Ram.
Single entry natural colored ram. I think that he balances adequately well for us. A good up-fronted kind of a dude. I guess if I was to be critical, I think he could be just a little bit more pulled apart and just kind of bolder in his rib cage, but I think he's a good, nice design kind of an individual. We'll see how they stack up when we bring them all out, but he's good enough in his own right, and just the angles of his skeleton to make him more attractive from the side profile. Good job. That one's a natural colored, a registered natural colored in our all other meat breeds.
For that Winter Ram class, going to Macy Smith from Chariton, Iowa. In the ring next will be Spring Ram Lamb. This will be the spring class.
all other meat breeds Ram division. We've got a Dorset advantage, comes out of a purebred Dorset Ram, and then a Dorset or advantage on the bottom side. I think one that just reads quality, great rib shape, great hip shape, big old top and square hip, and feet and leg structure certainly more than adequate. The one they call Scooby's going to be the class winner coming out of this division. The talented young ladies bring out Prince, and Prince has got a ways to go before he gets to become king. He's always going to be Prince for us today, okay? He's one that I think is just younger, only a couple months old, and in fact, when you look at him, he's still level enough in his design, good in terms of his top line. I think it's just some time and some future in front for him before he moves on. But a great group of individuals will bring out those class winners from each of those, pick some champions in your all other meat breeds.
Taking that spring class will be Richards Livestock from Geneva, Nebraska. Second going to Dusty Brown from North Platte. We will welcome back into the ring our recipients from the 4 Ram classes for champion and reserve.
Well, this is interesting. This is probably one of the more fun decisions to make. And truthfully, it's only between the two Dorset advantages, or at least for the most part. I like that Dorper in terms of just his length and his levelness, and the natural colored strikes and attractive pose. But both of those give up some in terms of just extra shape and dimension. The Dorset advantage, or three-quarter blood Dorset, as a February Ram Lamb. And I think that he's got a nice shape of muscle to him. Extremely good in terms of just his top line of how he's designed, and expressive nonetheless. Is he one that's you're going to call tall-fronted? Probably not, but stout-featured, good-footed, and a lot of quality to him. I think that it's interesting, though, because we have the one that they call Spot up here, that's half Dorset and half Southdown. And again, when we look at him, I think in relation to he's in October, or maybe just a little older than that, but certainly tall-fronted and good in terms of performance at this stage of the game. One that I think is great in terms of his rack shape. I think he's good in terms of his pin set. I like his rear leg structure and design just a smidge better than the primary Dorset one. I think his neck shoulder is just a little bit shinier as well. I love the boldness of body. Both of those are extremely good. If you had a favorite on there, I wouldn't argue. But today, I'm going to pick Spot for my champion, and then we're going to come back to our Dorset advantage for reserve. Congratulations. Good job.
Okay, we're going to move on now to our all other meat breeds, Yearling ewes. Yearling ewes, please. Congratulations, your grand champion, Ram. Owen Atwater, and reserve champion will go to Richards Livestock.
little differences here in our all other breeds meets, but I never question which one wins. The one that we've got here to start out the class, that's the class winner no matter what. That is an extremely good sheep. Came out a little different colored than maybe what they're planned, or maybe it gets a bonus for that. But this would be considered a Dorset advantage, and one that is just flat good in how that one's made. Top line is awesome, really feminine and up-fronted, super long-sided, plenty expressive enough. I think that's a contender. No matter where you go, you can show them in a lot of different places, except you got the coolest one looking in your pen, right? Okay, and so a nice kind of an individual there. She wins for me, no brainer. I think there's a decision between 2 and 3, and I opt for the one that I think has got some extra boldness to her body. She's good in terms of her rib shape. I'd like to just level her just a smidge right behind her shoulder, but her feet and leg structure is pretty good. And relative to the Tunis, again, we could kind of pull that dock up ever so slightly, but that's fine. She's a good kind of an individual. Those are the Tunis breed, recognized for their red head and red pigments at their head and their legs, originally from Tunisia in North Africa. We come back to a Dorset advantage that's next in line. The piebald gets that recessive color, this black kind of tinge. That one doesn't have as much rib as its potential pen mate, not nearly as stout, and I thought it was best to keep those two Tunis females together, but she's feminine and elegant, just need more body and a little bit more shape. The Dorpers, as they come back here next in line, those are good. You can tell that they're ones that shed nice. You can tell feet and leg structure, they're good. I use the one that I think is longer in her top line. I think she's just a little bit bolder in her pin set than the one that comes in next. That one's certainly one that's long enough. I think she gets a little tighter in her forerib and how she's designed in her top line, but those are nice and productive kind of used nonetheless. Again, we got lots of options in our Dorset advantage, our Tunis, and our Dorpers that are all in the all other meat breed division yearling ewes. Congratulations. If you kindly would ringside, let's give them a quick round of applause. Fun ones to look at. Good job.
Here's your results out of the yearling ewes as they get ready for their pair of yearling ewes. First, we'll go to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Second, exhibited by Lynn Murray from Higginsville, Missouri. Third, also by Lynn Murray. Fourth, by Owen Atwater. Fifth, exhibited by Dusty Brown from North Platte. And sixth, by Barbie Zardenik from North Platte. Again, pair of yearling ewes in next. In the pairs, first we'll go to Lynn Murray from Higginsville, Missouri. Second is to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. And third to Dusty Brown of North Platte. There'll be a single entry coming in for the fall ewe lamb.
single entry Oxford ewe, and silhouette is what comes to mind for me. That's just an attractive one when you look at her from the side profile, just balance and look, and I think that one's good. When you look at her in breed character and breed type, she's certainly more than adequate, but super feminine, super long in how she's designed. A fun one here, class winner in the Oxford division. Everybody that had Oxfords in Nebraska were scared. They knew you brought her here. They had to stay home, so good job.
Congratulations to Carolyn Strong from Newton, Kansas with the fall ewe lamb. Enter now will be our winter ewe lambs, please.
Well, I've told you in some of the classes that there's decisions to make. There is certainly one extremely easy decision to make, and that's to find the class winner. This one wins by a long ways amongst this particular group. The Dorset advantage that appears to be primarily Dorset marked is impeccable kind. We've got a couple of really good ones that are in this particular breed, but this is one of them. I love that she's so feminine. She opens up great in terms of her forerib and the center part of her body. Her hip skeleton and her rear leg design is just phenomenal. From the side profile, she looks apart. She's shallow-chested, power-ribbed, and good in her rear flank. That's a high quality one. I don't question what to do. We could give her 2 blue ribbons. It's so good. In fact, I think we will, Megan. All right? So the one that comes in second. This sheep is attractive, and by herself she's pretty good, but she don't have all the bells and whistles our class winner does. This one's good in terms of her forerib. I think she's expressive in how she's built. She comes with a little bit more shoulder, maybe not quite as attractive in how she sets her rear leg, but that one's very nice. I had no problems putting that one in second. She's so good, she gets 2 red ribbons as well, rocking it. Okay, it's also just as easy to identify the good Tunis that comes into the third part. They're making sense in this particular division, even though we had 2 Dorset advantages, then come back to the Tunis. This one's balance is good. I like the look. I like the openness that you find in her rib cage. She's level enough in her top line. I think from a quality standpoint, she needed to mark up over then a trio now of Dorset advantages again. The Piebald genetics come out again and throws the cool colors, all right, and they're worth more as a 4-H'er, at least to you. You get to take them home, and you're like, yeah, that's the one you can spot in the pasture. This one's also very good. I like the length. I like the levelness. From a maternal standpoint, right now for me, she's a little bit more terminal in her overall build and her overall body shape. I just like to see her bolder and deeper in her rib cage, but that one's going to be pretty and long-sided nonetheless. That's what we get with the one that comes in next in line in the 5 spot. That's the one that's productive and got a big old soggy middle to it and barrel right through it. With that comes a kind of a deeper chest set and a little deeper in terms of how that neck is designed. Not nearly as classy as the 4 that are above it, but a productive sheep that I like, just a little bit stoutness over the one that comes in next. That one's just a functional one. Good enough in her body, good enough in the amount of muscularity. That one could be a little bit more attractive in its build. The Tunis that we kind of separate up with putting a couple of in between them, this one's got plenty of growth. She just needs to be better designed. I don't think she's quite as good in terms of her top line and in terms of her hip shape for me, particularly as we get out there and let her walk and roll. We've got a Dorper that balances relatively nice of just levelness. That one's fresh and green. Maybe not quite as much in terms of feed, but she didn't need it. She's a lower maintenance kind. That one's young and fresh and youthful, and I like that about her. I think she's going to continue to be good. Just differences amongst those when we get all the breeds in here together. That one's got enough performance and growth for me right now. Just some great days in front of it in the future to represent the Dorper breed. Good job. Thanks for bringing them out here.
Here's your results of your winter ewe lamb class. First, we'll go to Richards Livestock from Geneva, Nebraska. Second is to Arabelle Russmeyer from Shelton, Nebraska. Third, exhibited by Lynn Murray from Higginsville, Missouri. Fourth is exhibited by Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Fifth is to Liam Paper from Pender, Nebraska. Sixth was exhibited by Hannah Donnelly from Minden, Nebraska. And seventh by Lynn Murray from Higginsville, Missouri. Next to come into the ring will be your spring ewe lambs.
our Tunis, our ewes here lead off our all other meat breeds. I think with our ewe lambs, I think that there's close decisions, and in fact, you can argue for a couple of them. But I think in terms of length of side and balance and look, the Tunis ewe lamb that we've got to start it out with does so quite nicely. She's longer. I think she's just a smidge more attractive. I think she's more feminine up front than the even shinier one that comes into the two spot. The two spot one here, I think she's good in her forerib. I think she's good through the center part of her body. I think she could be better in terms of her hip design in comparison to her potential pen mate, and that's what actually makes it close. I choose to keep the two together, but you have to certainly keep it in consideration because we've got an April Dorset advantage or Dorset by Southdown cross that's extremely good. And in fact, I would encourage you, young lady, to take her lots of places because people will identify that that one's good. And in fact, as it comes back next year, you're really going to like her. And there's no reason that you shouldn't because her feet and leg structure is nice. Her rib cage and her stoutness of build is attractive for us right now. A good high quality kind of individual. As deep, even though there's a trio of them, you have to like all three of them quite a bit. I certainly do. Good job. We'll bring out some pairs and then pick some champions in our all other meat breed division.
And congratulations in your spring ewe lamb class. First and second will go to Lynn Murray from Higginsville, Missouri, and third will go to Addison Fouch. First in the pair of ewe lambs will go to Lynn Murray. Now it's for our selection of our grand champion ewe in the all other meat breeds.
Well, we'll have Supreme Drive after natural or the all other wool breeds and natural coloreds. So we're a ways away from it. But for me, all right, I get to judge Supreme Drive already in all other meat breeds, okay? Because we've got 3.5 different ones. Of course, 2 of them are actually Dorset advantages out here as well, and that's okay. I think that's the fun part, being me, of getting to evaluate all the breeds and to evaluate where they sit in relation to what they need to be. It's pretty competitive out here. I'm going to start at the back with the Tunis. And our exhibitors that brought the tuna eyes out here were really nice. Level, correct, maternal, also very feminine, just in generalities, because he's got a yearling ewe up here at the front that's extremely good and in contention as well. We've got a Dorset advantage that's 3/4 blood Dorset that comes out of that ewe lamb division, and that one is bold-bodied and round-ribbed as you can make them, and it just matches in terms of her loin edge and her hip shape. That one's super good. Is anybody going to call that one the most feminine? Probably not, but that's okay. To be that round-bodied and that good in her hip and her rear leg, that one's exquisite. I love that one, and that one won that class by a long, long ways. I think that one's extremely, extremely good. I already told you that the best Oxford in the whole state, the whole region, is already here in this division, but I called that one elegant, and I would do that again. That one's a super attractive. She's not as stout in her bone work as some, but she doesn't need to be. She's got extra performance, extra growth, extra look, and extra femininity. And then the one that we call Domino comes out of our Dorset advantage in the yearling ewe side. I think when you read her as an individual, she's feminine, she's stout-ribbed, she's correct in terms of her body shape, her hip design is extremely nice. If we were to be critical of that one, we could say that she could have more center, maybe a little bit more lower leg, right? We could be a little deeper twisted, but then she wouldn't be as cool-fronted, okay? And she is huge top, giant ribbed, great in terms of how she's doing it. The cool kids say that they got to have wool from the knee and the hock down. I don't have to, okay? But some prefer to have that. You got more going on there than you know what to do with, all right? But old Domino is an attractive one that's also the best one. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd kindly give him a round of applause. This sheep is big time good. Domino is really, really good. Also know that this one is extremely good as well, okay? Congratulations. You're going to be reserving this division, as tough a division as we've had. Lots of differences in type and kind, but those two are extremely high-end quality. Good job.
Congratulations, your grand champion ewe exhibited by Owen Atwater out of the yearling class, and your reserve was Richard's Livestock out of the winter class. Moving on to our mixed pair of all other meat breeds. The results of your mixed pair, first will go to Richards Livestock out of Geneva. Second will go to Owen Atwater out of Knoxville, Iowa. Next to come to the ring should be Young Flock. Okay, so that is going to go to Dusty Brown. And the pen of 4 lambs will go to Lynn Murray. And then, Barbie, you will have the breeder's flock. Right, we are ready to get underway with our all other wool breeds. Standing in the ring now is our yearling rams.
a nice pair of rams here to sort between in your all other breeds. And we've got a Columbia ram and a Rambouillet ram. And in fact, if you wanted to pick either one of the two, I guess I really couldn't argue with you. You could identify reasons to do that. I think this Columbia ram, when again, I know that the breed is ample in terms of size and growth, but this guy is long and he is level and he is proportioned appropriately. Really nice, attractive, bright, and high shearing kind of a fleece. If I was to change him, I think he's just a smidge. I think he could be better, just a little bit at his mouth. But feet and leg structure, he moves pretty nicely, and he's good and it's stout and, enough in his rib cage that I like that quite nicely. The Rambouillet ram, really attractive in his head. I like just kind of the fineness that you find, again, at his head. The horn set is super attractive. Top line, really, really good, and feet and leg structure, certainly more than adequate. I think he's on the fine enough end in relation to his breed. I think he could be just a smidge more uniform down low at the bottom of his belly line there, but that's being critical of one that balances, and he's plenty big enough. That's a close decision amongst those, and I certainly wouldn't argue either way. I opt for the Columbia. I just think he's got some extra length and extra side, and still, from a fleece quality standpoint, to me, he's more uniform of the pair. Let's give these a round of applause, if you kindly would. That's your Columbia and your Rambouillet rams coming out here. Good job.
Congratulations. First and second will go to Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. Set to enter the ring now will be your spring ram lambs, please. Spring ram lambs.
class of ram lambs here. I like the fleece just a little shinier on your one you call the class winner. There's going to be more luster to it. To me, that sheep could be just a little bit wider and stouter at the ground, but plenty fresh and uniform and looking for us right now. We've got, a late-born one here next in line. And that guy's long and level. I think that I appreciate that about him. And I think that there's an adequate amount of character to its fleece. A good kind of individuals there, close decisions on the top. Thanks for bringing them out here.
In your spring ram lambs, first we'll go to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas, reserved to Littlefield Family Farms of Surprise, Nebraska. Now coming in for your selection of your grand champion ram.
We'll bring that pair of buck lambs out here to compete, and I think that the biggest decision amongst this group of the all other breeds comes between when we had the Columbia and the Rambouillet that came out of that top class. I thought that was a close decision, and again, truthfully, those could go either way, and so it'd be silly to not use those two as the ones that we give the banner and to the one that we give the pink ribbon to. We're going to stay with our yearling rams for champion. It's going to go to the Columbia, followed by a horned Rambouillet buck. Good job.
Both Grand and Reserve will be go to Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. Now for our yearling ewes, please. Yearling ewes and the all other wool breeds.
a Columbia female here, and I think in terms of quality, it aligns nice enough for me for looking at this sheep. I'm certainly considering this one plenty big enough, but I think in terms of feet and leg skeleton and structure, she's the one that has the bonus and the advantage. Super fine type of fleece for us here, ultra dense as well. I think the one that comes into two is really dense, so a long fibered kind of a fleece. I think that one is maybe not with as much character and attractiveness as the one that we're calling the class winner. I think she could be just a smidge shinier in terms of just her bone work on her rear too as she gets out and moves, but that's a big old powerful sheep that's plenty maternal. We move back to the natural colored Lincolns, and I think the one that's a little fresher in her fleece is also a little stouter in her hip and her loin, and that allows me to place her over the one that I think is just a smidge longer. Maybe that one's not quite as attractive in her fleece, but a good kind of an individual's there. Pairs of yearling ewes in the Columbias, and then also in our natural colored Lincolns here in our all other wool breeds at the Nebraska State Fair. Good job.
Here's your results of your yearling ewes. First and second will go to Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. Third and fourth to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. Pair of ewes. First will go to Luke Steinmetz. Second will go to Carolyn Strunk. Now to bring in the fall ewe lambs. Fall ewe lambs.
We're going to keep them in order. I'm going to start with the Rambouillet ewe first in line. I think that one is one that you open the fleece. I do like. I think she's stout enough in her features and look. I think she's good in her rib cage, and I like that kind of just attractiveness about her. I think our closer decision comes between the more Columbia, of course, appearing ewe lambs here next in line. I choose the one that I think is a little bit bolder built. That one's one that's got a little bit more rib shape. I think she's a little bit better at her feet than at the ground. I think it's close because she could be longer, and that's where the one that comes into the 3 spot has that advantage. I think that she's just a smidge longer, maybe just a smidge more extended, but she comes a little frailer, maybe could handle her hip and rear leg just a little bit more attractively. Thanks for bringing them out here in your winter ewe lambs in the all other wool breed division. Good job.
Your results of your fall ewe lamb first will go to Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. Second and third to Littlefield Family Farms of Surprise, Nebraska. Entering the ring now will be your winter ewe lambs, please. Winter ewe lambs.
Well, it's logical to me, just based on fundamentally sound good ones. I like this Rambouillet ewe first in line. She is great. I love the femininity, love the rib shape, love the levelness, and that one's fleece is tip-top notch, super soft, super long, plenty uniform for us. She wins that one a little bit by a ways. Though natural colored Lincoln is long and extended, that one just needs to be stouter built for me to make her comparison to a big, powerful Rambouillet ewe lamb.
In your winter ewes, congratulations to Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. Second will go to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. And third to Littlefield Family Farms, Surprise, Nebraska. Spring ewe lambs, please. Spring ewe lambs.
I opt for the natural colored Lincoln here. I think that one's just a little fresher looking. One that's big and tall and extended. I think the extra bonus is that one's really attractive fleece. I love the luster, the look, the attractiveness kind of to the curls that you find in that one. Just a fresh kind of a youthful one. The one that comes in next in line and second, the more Columbia, of course, appearing one. A ewe that's got more rib shape in relation to her body right now. I think that one, when I part that fleece, is just a little bit more open. I'd just like to see a little bit more density, but a nice one that both of these have plenty of performance at this stage in the game. We'll bring out those class winners in seconds and pick some champions in our division. Probably our pair of ewe lambs first, and then pick our champions in this division. Good job.
Here's the result of your spring ewe lamb class. First, we'll go to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. Second to Littlefield Family Farm, Surprise, Nebraska. Pair of ewe lambs, please. Pair of ewe lambs. And for the selection of your grand champion, all other wool breeds. Again, don't forget, folks, we have a sheep shearing contest that'll take place this evening at 5 o'clock.
Well, in our all other wool breeds that we've got out here, and in fact, we've got Columbias, then a pair of Rambouillets. We got natural colored Lincolns at the back, and then also some additional Columbias as well. I think, again, I get to use the advantage on our all other wool breeds, again, to give, you can see some differences in structural correctness and performance and growth, but Megan, if it doesn't look as good as we want from the outside, I just get to call it fleece. All right, and say that's the tiebreaker, and so we get to give away the awards. I will tell you that the best one in this division is the Best by a Ways. That's the one coming out of our winter ewe lambs. That sheep is absolutely phenomenal. Love the feet and leg structure, feminine, big-bodied, good-ended, good skeleton as we get back behind her. That's easily the best fleece that we've seen in this division, potentially throughout the day in terms of being the highest quality fleece. Congratulations. That's our champion right in front of you. We're going to come back up to the yearling ewe for a reserve of our Columbia division. Good job.
Congratulations to Steinmetz out of Hot Springs, South Dakota, your grand end reserve. We've got one more grouping to get through this afternoon, and that is going to be our natural colored. But first, we got to do our all other wool breed groups, so don't go too far. We have mixed pair, 1 ram, 1 ewe. All right, we're also bringing now for Mike, we're only on pairs right now. Have 1, remove a sheep, grab 2. Harris, turn around and go over by that sheep. Right over there, Harris. There you go. Harris, go up by the head of the sheep and you can help hold the halter. There you go, bud. Good job. Now we're moving on to young flock. 1 ram, 2 ewes, please. Young flock. Congratulations out of our mixed pairs. First, we'll go to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. Second to Littlefield Family Farms, Surprise, Nebraska. Mike, you don't have to. All right, we're set to move on now to our colored. Are you going to bring it? All right, here's your results of your young flock. First, we'll go to Carolyn Strung from Newton, Kansas. Second to Littlefield Family Farms, Surprise, Nebraska. Pen of 4 goes to Littlefield Family Farms, a Surprise, Nebraska. And Breeders' Flock. First, we'll go to Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. And second to Carolyn Strung from Newton, Kansas. Now we are moving on to our natural colored fall ram lamb, please.
Single entry fall born here. I think he's certainly one that's balances up nice, good kind of an individual here, and I think he's super attractive in his fleece. A good way to start out your natural colored divisions with a natural colored Lincoln in front of us. Good job.
Congratulations. First in the fall Ram Lamb goes to Mindy Reed of Estonia, Missouri. Now we'll move on to our winter Ram Lamb, please.
I'm going to keep them in order as they stand right here, and some people could to make a decision and go either way, but the one that I use as my class winner is the one that's more extended, and I love him at the point of his shoulder, and I think that he's extra long as well. I think he has by far, in my personal opinion, the more attractive fleece. It's got more boldness to it. It's got a tighter and more attractive kind of a lock formation, and I think it's more uniform than the stout built sheep that comes into the second spot. That one's more open, doesn't have quite the attractiveness, but we know that he's bigger loin and bigger ended, so there's a decision to be made. I opt for the highest quality one in its fleece, and then balance is a bonus. Good job.
In the winter ram class, congratulations to Mindy Reed from Hustonia, Missouri with first and second. Spring ram lamb, please. Spring ram lamb.
We're going to stay with the natural colored Lincoln here, and I just see him as stouter featured in anywhere you want to evaluate him. He's bolder in his center, he's bigger ended, and I like this guy's shape. It'll be neat to see. We'll pull all those out here and kind of see where this one lines up, but he's got an extra length, an extra look, and just some stoutness of feature. Finer fibered fleece, and it's certainly denser as we look at it in comparison, but it should be plenty uniform in terms of fleece quality. To me, he needs to be stouter featured, and that one needs to be better in its hip design for me to compare it to our natural colored Lincoln, but a good kind of an individual, fine fibered, no doubt.
Bring him back in now for your selection of your grand champion natural colored ram. In Class Spring Ram Lambs, first we'll go to Mindy Reed from Hustonia, Missouri. Second to Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. Pair of Ram Lambs, first and second, will go to Mindy Reed.
my talented ring help and substitute fair queen, Megan, gets to give away our banner and rosette. I think our rams that we've got out here in our natural color division all come again from the Lincoln portion. There's some give and takes amongst those. The oldest one, our fall buck, is certainly stout. I think he could be better in terms of his pasterns for me to be in more competition. The one that comes in next, he's the one that's ultra elegant, really straight and level line. He's got the best fleece of them. And then I said when we bring that one back in out of the spring division, I like his boldness of rib shape. I think that makes it competitive as well, and particularly between the two youngest ones. But then you got to make a decision of if that guy's hip and pin shape and dimension is worth nearly the attractiveness of the front third of his body and the beautiful fleece that we find in our winter one. We're going to go pick the best one for champion. It's going to come out of our middle in the lineup, and the crowd went wild. And we come back to our spring for reserve, and the crowd went wild again at the Nebraska State Fair. All roads lead to fun.
And congratulations, your Grand and Reserve Rams exhibited by Mindy Reed of Estonia, Missouri. And yes, the crowd went wild, Judge. Moving on now to our Yearling ewes, please. Yearling ewes.
natural colored Lincoln division, and some could see it as a comparative evaluation. I'm choosing the one that's more feminine. I think she's longer. I think she's more attractive fleeced. I think actually this one is a lights out, high quality, good one to be in competition. The talented showman thought he was going to outshow her and move up into a spot, and certainly doing a great job of presentation. This one's a little bit more compact in how she's built, a little bit broader, and maybe not quite the attractiveness, but certainly uniform fleece, bold rib, bold bodied. Those are two really good ones. Just a little different in terms of their strengths, but high quality ones. They're so good that they're going to be first place pair of yearling ewes as well in the natural color division.
Congratulations in our yearling ewes. First and second goes to Mindy Reed of Hustonia, Missouri. And congratulations as well to you, Mindy, on the pairs. Fall ewe lambs, please. Fall ewe lambs.
And grabbed her? Enough. Hoping a class that makes sense to me in your fall division. I find the one that I think is bolder everywhere, truthfully. She's better ribbed, she's better hipped, she's better fleeced. It's pretty logical. The second place one is not quite as attractive in her fleece and not quite as good from her hock to pass through the ground, but a nice pair that match up relatively good. I just think it's simplistics and basics that keep them in order. Good job.
Congratulations with your fall ewe lamb. First and second go to Mindy Reed of Hustonia, Missouri.
these two match up a little bit nicer, maybe a little bit more competitively than the last class of the fall ewe lambs. I still think the one that I'm going to use is a little bit bolder ribbed. I think that she's one that's maybe just a smidge more correct in terms of how her hip shape is designed, and she's still up fronted. That's a close decision because the one that comes in 2, I think, is big hipped and good in terms of femininity as well. I just see both of those as potential advantages for the one that we're calling the class winner here today. A nice job. Good work, and thanks for bringing them out.
Congratulations in the winner, ewe lambs, first and second to Mindy Reed of Hustonia, Missouri. Now for our spring ewe lambs, please. Spring ewe lambs.
I think a logical sort in our last spring ewe lamb class. The one that I use has got some extra length. She's got some extra rib cage, and I think that one's one that just balances extremely attractively. We'll see how that one compares when we get him back out here for the championship drive, but she's a snappy-looking one. I love the look and the attractiveness. The one that comes in 2 maybe becomes a little more narrow-chested, maybe not quite as just bold built right now, but still plenty youthful for us here today. The finer fibered one comes in next, and I like the density that you find on that one's fleece. To me, we can just change her a little bit in some of the angles and make her look a little bit more attractive in comparison, but a nice group, and that closes out your ewe lamb division, and we'll pick some champions in your natural color division here at the Nebraska State Fair.
Here's your results of your spring ewe lamb class. First will go to Mindy Reed from Hustonia, Missouri. Second also to Mindy Reed. Third will go to Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. Pair of ewe lambs first and second to Mindy Reed.
your natural colored division. And as I take it, see again, we got our whole new banners here for the natural colored. I don't know if this was the first year for them, potentially here at the Nebraska State Fair, maybe not. But these are pretty high quality individuals to come out between here. We had a nice class winner, and in fact one that was really stout that was behind her, but she's exquisite in how she's designed. Feet and leg structure pretty darn good. That one's fleece is impeccable. I love that design, and I think that she could just balance up ever so slightly in how her loin is kind of designed for us, but in terms of one that's just giant topped, and yet to maintain that amount of femininity is certainly tough to do. Then we got a couple to sort between in a fall, and then a winter, and then a spring. The fall sheep, I think, has some quality to her rib shape. I think that the winter one comes back and is good and level in terms of her hip design, but I think the one that's just attractive and the best chance of providing some of the most unique pieces similar to the yearling ewe. I mean, we could rock and roll and try to say that it was going to be the second place yearling ewe, but that'd be false because I like that ewe lamb as well quite nicely for a pink ribbon. I'm not going to get it wrong, though. I'm going to use the best one as champion. That's coming out of the yearling division, and then we're going to come back to the spring ewe lamb as our reserve champion. It's a winner this time. It's worth a pink rosette. It's the Nebraska State Fair. There's nothing more Nebraskan.
Big congratulations to Mindy Reed with the Grand and the Reserve Champion ewes. Mixed pair, please. Mixed pair for natural colored. It is now time for the selection of our Supreme Ram of the 2024 Nebraska State Fair. Representing the Hampshires will be Phyllis Davison. The Suffolks, Tom Burke. For the Dorsets, Olivia Green. Southdowns are Gilmore Southdowns. The Babydoll, Lindley Schwartzendruber. Shropshires, Olivia Graves. All other breeds, Owen Atwater. All other wool breeds, Luke Steinmetz. And the natural color is Mindy Reed. We are ready to start.
We'll keep moving here at the Nebraska State Fair 2024 as you get the chance to look at a tremendous drive of rams to look at here for your championship. I think that, in fact, I know that there's going to kind of come apart there on the ewes of which ones line up, but there's a lot of different ways that one can go amongst these. That the Hampshire ram is a really attractive kind of a buck, long and level and correct enough in how he's designed. I like him a little stouter featured than that in generalities, but he's long and got some good to him. That Suffolk buck is attractive, and there's enough just up-frontedness and a nice, again, an extra amount of length and performance that you find in him. I think that the Dorset is intriguing, and in fact, there's pieces of me and pieces of that ram that you have to appreciate about him, of just being so massive and so rugged in how he's built. I think his shoulder could be just a smidge better, and if he came back behind us just a little bit nicer, that one also is one in contention, because I love that one on build and making a productive kind of a sheep. Again, it's not just about show sheep, but that one's just a three-dimensional body shape and rib dimension is absolutely impeccable. I love that design about him. The Southdown balances extremely nicely. He's got a good rib shape, a good body dimension to him. I think that just a silhouette of a nice kind of a sheep that's still growing. I think to be critical, I think he could just track with a little bit more true base width, but he's up-fronted and high performance driven, certainly on that Southdown portion. The Babydoll comes out with some acclaim. He's one that's got some look and some correctness to his hip shape, and I think he could be just a little sportier in terms of how his front end is designed to make it comparative to some of these other ones that we've got out here, but a good kind of an individual. Shropshire, balance and look and silhouette is extremely, extremely good for him. And then we've got a Dorset advantage that comes by the name of Spot. He's half Dorset, half Southdown, and I think there's a whole bunch of good in him as well. He's certainly a contender. Feet and leg structure and design and just boldness of build. I like that about him quite nicely, and certainly a good one as well as he gets out here and tracks. He shows some base width and some true power to him. Columbia, not normally where home base would particularly be, but that guy is good. If you want to be critical of him, it's pretty tough. That guy is stout featured and as sound as any. In fact, it's not common that the wool breed sheep that comes out of the division tracks with as much base width as any, but he does. He is long-sided, he is level-topped, he is correct in terms of how his feet and legs are made. He's long-fibered and dense as well. I think he's showing a little bit of length and maturity in terms of his head there, yet he's been one that's been used and still maintains just a bunch of sheep to him and made extremely, extremely good. That natural colored Lincoln is extremely nice as well, just a nice balance and look to him. Maybe not as overwhelming in terms of just amount of mass that we would potentially find, but a good kind of an individual nonetheless. And so certainly some contenders amongst these to try to pick between. I'll go put this down. I appreciate the ring help. We'll pick our champions in the U as well. Megan's been great. Let's give Megan a round of applause. She's been babysitting me the whole day. All right, good job. And we've got our talented staff that's been putting this in and putting the information together for us quite nicely. Appreciate everybody for giving me the invite. We'll pick some ewes as well. But really, really good group of individuals, and appreciate the chance to be here today and to sort these. Again, several of them can be used. My job is to identify the one that's the best representative of its breed. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us from Grand Island, America. Okay, we get to give away some batters, and if you kindly would, let's give them a round of applause. We'll go pick some champions, give away some really nice stuff.
Congratulations out of the all other wool breeds, Luke Steinmetz. from Hot Springs, South Dakota. And congratulations, your Reserve Supreme goes to Gilmore Southdowns. I will give you the names of everybody that's coming in the ring as soon as I get it back from Megan. She's just making sure you all are coming in exact order. This is the Supreme Drive for our ewes. Supreme Drive for the ewes. Tomorrow we are starting at 8 a.m. for the Weather Sire Weather Dam, and we'll be starting with Whiteface. Congratulations, coming in for the Supreme Drive for the Hampshires is Cody Lanner. Suffolk's is Tom Burke. Dorset's to Owen Atwater. Southdowns are Gilmore's Southdowns. Babydoll is Lindley's Fortune Druber. Shropshire's Olivia Graves. AOB is Owen Atwater. AOW is Luke Steinmans. And Natural Colored is Mindy Reed.
we'll give one away, and then we can go back and grab that one, right? Yeah. You're fine. Welcome to the Nebraska State Fair Champion Drive. I think that there's a whole bunch of good ones. Let me just give you a couple or a couple of things. That Hampshire came out of our Yearling U division, and that one is absolutely impeccable. Just to love the skeleton and the design of how that one's made. To be that correct in how her hip and rear leg is designed, how her rib is made, and yet with just a tremendous amount of femininity. My job is to identify complete ones, and that one is extremely challenging to fault, okay? And so you could say maybe they need to be bigger, maybe they need to be more fronted, maybe they need to have more stoutness, maybe so, but that one's extremely, extremely complete. A really long-sided Suffolk Yearling ewe next in line. That one's balance and look helped to get her into that championship drive for us in a nice kind of a sheep as she kind of drops and becomes a little bit more maternal as she moves on. Dorset that comes in next. That one's expression of design, expression of muscle is what helps her. She needs to be more maternal in her rib skeleton for us in comparison. We've got a Southdown ewe that I think keeps herself in contention as well. I like how that one wedges back into a big loin and big hip and still just feminine and attractive of a dainty kind of a neck and head from that standpoint. Good kind of a complete individual as well. Babydoll, living the dream, okay? And so the Babydoll does some cool things, just bold built, correct enough in how she's designed, and in fact, that one won that one division relatively easily. And again, if we could stretch her out, even in relation to being in the Babydoll proportion, maybe just a little bit longer, that'd help her look just ever so slightly for us. Shropshire ewe is super classy. Like that one in division. She's one that I think is up-fronted, and that femininity is what allows her to be ultra competitive and ultra complete in how she's designed as well. Or is she going to be the most muscular? No, probably not, but in relation to her breed type, I think there's an ample amount of top shape. Her rib skeleton is certainly one that's attractive. The young man brings Domino back out here, and in fact, they had a couple out here in the Ram Drive, and I think this is his most competitive entry for us. Domino, I certainly fell in love with as well. I love her and just being up-fronted and attractive coming out of that Dorset Advantage division that I thought she won quite nicely. I think that she is dead level in her top line. I think proportionality, if she got just a tick more in terms of her center and lower part of her leg, that would help her to balance just ever so slightly more. But the top side of her skeleton is right on. If we could keep that chest floor up and then drop that rear flank on the bottom side, that would make her even more competitive. But that's a really, really high quality one. Man, I love the Rambouillet ewe as well. If we want them stout-featured, bold-bodied, good fleece, she does that extremely, extremely well. That's a high-quality kind of a Rambouillet. Truthfully, she's in contention as well because she does so many nice things right. Is she going to be the biggest? Maybe not. Okay, is she one that's balanced and made correct? Absolutely. And so good kind of a female here to keep into contention. And our last division of the day comes from our natural coloreds, which is our natural colored Lincoln female. This ewe is extremely exquisite as well. In terms of fleece type, love the fleece on this one. Just super luster, super attractiveness. And I think when we look at her in terms of just skeleton, her rib shape is good. Her loin shape and her pin width is superb. And then to do that with extra amount of femininity and extension up front is just unequal. They're certainly tough to equal in relation to where they're at in the natural colored Lincoln breed. To have that much look and attractiveness, she's one that you absolutely have to keep into contention amongst these. So hopefully that's my quick descriptions on these. I appreciate the chance to be here at the 2024 Nebraska State Fair. I made some quick comments on those, and there are ones that match up really nicely. again, we get to go take a picture at the banner, and so thank you to Legacy Photography on that. But it's not about that. It's about putting these into production and whatever fits your production goals. Lots of different goals, lots of different options. But I am highly convinced that the two that we're going to pick are extremely high quality. They're the two highest quality ones for me to evaluate today, and that makes it easy for me to go give away some beautiful wall ornaments and decorations, as long with our nothing more than Nebraska State Fair banner. Let's go pick some champions. Congratulations. Thanks for letting me be here to evaluate your open class breeding sheep show. Good luck with putting them into your breeding programs. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go pick our champions. And the crowd went wild.
Congratulations. The Hampshire will be your supreme ewe. Cody Lanier, congratulations to you, Cody. Congratulations to Mindy Reed out of the Natural Colored. That is going to do it for the sheep show for the open class for today. Tomorrow morning inside the 5 Points Bank Arena will be our Weather Sire Weather Dam show, and underway as we speak, the sheep shearing contest, where we do have one of our own exhibitors competing in the contest this evening.